All right, welcome. It's time to get started. Welcome to the March 1st, 2021 City Council Workshop. It looks like we're missing Joel King at the moment. Today, first up on our plate, we have some interviews with City Council candidates for Ward 3, and we're going to get started with Amber Neek. Before I have her come up, I'm just going to explain that we will rotate questions. The council is free to ask your own questions today. We don't have any pre-scripted questions. We're going to start off with Council President Frazier, and we're going to go to the clockwise. So we have 15 minutes with each candidate. So with that said, Amber is here. Please come on up. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Thanks for coming back.
Make sure this is close enough this
Ready
time.
to go.
Hello, Amber. Thanks for coming back. So at times you are going to be faced with some difficult questions. You will be faced with controversial questions. At times you're going to be faced with petitions with many signatures in opposition of what you might believe what is the best for this community. Could you respond to how you might deal with that?
Well, I think one of the benefits of having a council is that I would have people there to lean on in terms of where I can go. As a new council person, it'd be really important for me to reach out to my peers here for best avenues to make sure that I'm doing things the correct way. But I do need to recognize that I'm there to represent the people of my ward. And so sometimes even if my opinion doesn't side with them, it's important to make sure that if their opinion, according to my peers, is something that needs to be heard, I need to hear it and I need to look forward with it.
Thank you. Rob?
Excuse me, I'm gonna read this just because I want to make sure if I asked it to somebody else, I want to make sure I get the words the same for everybody. Just trying to be fair. But, for comparison's sake, the 10 cities closest in population to Grants Pass, using the commonly accepted 5 up, 5 down methodology, or using the 5 major cities in Southern Oregon closest to Grants Pass from Roseburg to Klamath Falls, GP has both the lowest per capita income and the lowest median household income according to the U.S. Census data. So the question, do you think that our per capita income should be related to the city manager's salary range? And if so, how many times our per capita income should the city manager's salary range be?
I think, to be fair, I would need to do a little bit more research into that issue. I do know that we are predominantly a retirement town, so that does affect the income of the people in our town. And again, I think before answering that question fully, I would want to do a little bit more research into it.
Thank you. Brian?
Yeah, I'll yield my time.
Vanessa?
Thank you for coming today, Amber. Tell us about a difficult time you have experienced and how you overcame that.
Give me a moment to think. There's a lot of times in my current position where we have a lot going on. And so one of the main things I do to overcome having a lot of things going on is to work with my calendar. Specifically, about a year ago, I was working at a property up in Portland that was the first of its kind. It was adding Indian Housing Block Grant to a tax credit property. So we were actually learning as we went how these two fundings were going to interact with each other. And there was a moment where me and my team had discovered that they were not going to interact very well in a certain area. We had to bring that to the owners and work together to figure out the solution to make sure that that housing project could still move forward. And it's a lot of clear communication and taking a moment to breathe and be calm and understand that we can find a solution. It's going to take some work, though.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Do you have personal experiences in grants past that you can bring to the table, like clubs you're associated with or hobbies or interests that help give you a broader picture and input that you can use?
You know, other than working in the low-income housing and Grants Pass, I do a lot of hiking. I do rock hounding. I like to look into BLM maps and things like that. I like to look up the history and going and seeing if I can find the location of historical mines. I like to do outdoors activities. I like to go to the parks. I like to play Pokemon Go.
And welcome back, Amber. Okay, my question for you is taking a look at bigger questions, because we have a lot on our plate, and you're kind of stepping into big stuff happening here in Grants Pass. So I wanted you to explain how familiar you are with our current budget shortfall and our attempts to cut our budget, particularly in public safety, and ask if you can explain our local option tax levy struggle that we are currently in, and if you have any opinion about how you would cut operation costs.
I must admit, I do need to do more research in this area. I do know that multiple years in a row living here, I've seen that we're pushing for tax levies for the sheriff's department, for fire departments. I know that that's a constant thing that we're working on. But again, I do need to do more research in that area, I will admit that.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Joel.
Thank you, Amber, for being here. I appreciate that. A lot of times, people have fears about what may happen, and they tend to focus on it and make it happen. What are your worst fears about the City Council in Grants Pass, and how do you feel about it?
I would say my biggest fear, and it's something that I, in my realm of work, tend to push to make sure it doesn't happen, is making a change that is ultimately not going to work. So I'm very strong opinioned about making sure that I understand all the angles possible before pushing something through that's going to affect multiple people. I don't want to push something through that will ultimately fail, and I want to be sure that if I do push something through that is not doing well, I make a point to reassess it. I'm not a fan of blindly defending something if it's not working.
Thank you.
Rob?
The four most controversial or divisive issues in GP in the last dozen years or so have distilled down to some form or another of the council being accused of acting without following the will of the people. Just last year, many members of the public, some of whom are now on the dais, accused the council, some of whom are also share the dais, of mishandling the Rogue River Reserve property. Do you feel that issue is handled appropriately? And if not, how could it have been improved?
I would need to look more into that issue again. I do know that sometimes, as we are in this situation right now, the will of the people exists a lot on Facebook, but not necessarily in the places where we're listening. And so it's important to try and put our fingertips out there too, and try and get people to come into these kinds of meetings and participate more. And again, I would have to look more into that before I could comment on how that specifically played out. But ultimately, I would say that it is difficult to get people to come into these meetings, and we could maybe push a little harder to get more people in and see what we can do to meet people where they're at.
Joel, did you have a second question? Okay. Come back around to Vanessa.
I yield my time.
I do. You know me. I always have a question. Okay, in reading over and having you come before us before, you talked about you would really like to problem solve with us the average rent to income disparity, which we talked about earlier. And I'd like to know what you see as the city's role in helping with that. And then you also talked about bringing in sustainable jobs. So if you can explain that to me as well, what your ideas are in that area.
One of the main things for housing is working with being able to develop new housing that is targeted towards people who are middle to low income, so apartment buildings and where those could possibly be developed, and working with codes that allow them to be developed. In terms of employment, I think more of a push for locally owned and semi-locally owned businesses. Those businesses tend to bolster our local economy a lot more than supporting the giant chain companies. And it is difficult to bring employment in when those employers are unsure if they can house people that are going to work for them. And so again, it comes back to housing. If we can address that housing issue and pave a way for us to have more affordable housing, it will be significantly easier to bring more employers through, because honestly, part of the benefit of bringing your company to a rural area or a semi-rural area is that it's supposed to be cheaper to live, and right now we're not.
Thank you.
Rob?
The council receives input from residents, other councilors, and the staff. Especially during these COVID times, we need to be even more cognizant of local, statewide, national, and international news. Trying to be specific, on what news sources or authorities do you regularly rely?
I do, I read the Daily Courier. KOIN, I believe, is one of the main ones. And I do try to look at multiple news sources. I do know that they can tend to have opinionated skews, and I try and make an effort to find some that are skewed both ways to find that middle ground. I listen to a lot of NPR and Jefferson Public Radio.
Joel?
This is fun. I hope you're enjoying it. I know it's it's a new experience for all of us. Morality has been defined by philosophers as basically two things. One is a person's relationship with other people, and then the second part of morality is a person's relationship with themselves. And many religions have something like the Golden Rule, where do unto others as you would have them do unto you, or as you do unto yourself, which implies that the morality between me and myself, that I take care of myself and I don't abuse myself. That's part of morality, but on the part of a lot of religions and philosophers. There seems to be a movement afoot that affects our morality, not only in how we treat others, but how we treat ourselves. And when we're not treating ourselves very well, or when a person's not treating themselves very well, how do you handle that in terms of public policy?
So I think it's important to seek help if you need it. I did get a bachelor's degree in psychology, so I do understand the value of seeking professional help if needed, both for myself and for anyone that I might be talking to that's going through a troubled time. But it's also important to find ways that can relieve some of that tension in the meantime. I know specifically in our area, it can be sometimes a long time before someone can get into an appointment with a mental health provider. And so being able to find ways to intercede in between then to get someone through to that point is really important. So for myself, it's being self-aware as to what ways I use to de-stress. And for others, it's helping them to figure out and identify. And, you know, if someone needs help, finding a way to get them that help. If it's a personal friend, you know, I've been known to go over and clean someone's kitchen if they're in a rut, because sometimes it's just the little things that seem like mountains at the time that can help you get push through to the next day.
Amber, I want to thank you so much for coming back today and being our first interviewee, helping us figure out our process today. We will be making a decision on Wednesday evening, and then the candidate would be sworn in at the first meeting after that 2 weeks later. So we won't be having any discussion or decisions today. But if you want to come back for Wednesday's meeting or watch on TV, then you would know at that time.
All right.
So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
All right. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, Curtis. What we are doing here today is that we have 15 minutes of just open format time where each of the counselors, we're kind of rotating around and they're asking various questions. And I think I'll just go ahead and start with DJ again, and we'll work our way around.
Thanks for coming today, Curtis. So there will be times we're going to be faced with controversial decisions. We've all dealt with it. There'll be times where you'll be faced with petitions with hundreds of signatures, for example, in opposition of what you feel is the best thing for the community. Could you respond to how you might go about dealing with that?
All right. Well, first, I want to say I was going to get a haircut, but my daughter cuts my hair and she tested positive, so I ain't going anywhere there. So anyway, to answer your question, as I said last week, I think the role of the council is to make informed decisions and to use sound, ethical, professional judgment. And while we're all responsible to the population, I think that we have to be smarter than the population to a degree. I mean, we're going to be more involved, closer to the decisions, and we have to be able to make sound decisions and be able to support them, back them up. So I guess if I felt very strongly that we go one way as opposed to a petition, I mean, I would want to talk to some people, but I think I would come to a decision and I'd be able to support it and ultimately maybe even advocate it back to the people that opposed it.
Thank you. Rob?
I guess to kind of follow up on DJ's question, the foremost controversial or divisive issues in Grants Pass the last dozen years or so have distilled down to some form or another of the council being accused of acting without following the will of the people. Just last year, members of the public, some of whom are now on this dais, accused the council, some of whom are also share the dais, of mishandling the Rogue River Reserve property. Do you feel that issue is handled appropriately or well? And if not, how could it have been improved?
Well, I have not, I did follow that to a degree, but I can't say that I have a strong opinion either way, and I trust that the council made the right decisions.
Thank you. Joel?
Curtis, thank you for being here. So a lot of times a person's worst fear will drive their behavior. Let me give you an example. I'm afraid my kids are going to miss out on something, like a trip to San Francisco. And so I made a reservation. My son did something in poor judgment, missed school, so he couldn't go. But if I focused on my worst fear that he might miss out, I would enable his behavior by telling him, it's okay, you learned from this, let's go, and not have him learn the hard way. A lot of times, worst fears drive people's behavior, which then results in that worst fear occurring. What is your worst fear for the city? And did that have you decide to be and come before us? And how do you feel about it?
What's my worst fear for the city? I walk a lot, and I walk downtown a lot. And I pass by a lot of empty shops. So, my worst fear is, I mentioned before, I've traveled all over the country, and I look at some towns and I wonder why they exist, because it's not apparent who their bigger employer is. So I guess, my fear would be that we would slowly decay into one of those towns that nobody knows what it's here for, or what the people who've chosen to live here are here for. I want this to always be a vibrant place. I've always enjoyed being here. It's why I moved here. And so I guess I would want to see us make positive moves that will continue the atmosphere around here that everybody wants to be here. And that would include having employers who want to be here and contribute to the community.
Thank you.
I yield my time.
Vanessa?
Thank you for coming today, Curtis. Tell us about a difficult time that you faced and how you overcame it.
Probably the first thing that jumps out in my head is the most difficult time I had. I was working at Met One, and I was working on a project for the Southern Nevada Water Commission. And I was working with an engineer who was in Arizona, and we, over time, formed a strong relationship. But they had written a specification that was written around a competitor and had some specifications that I didn't know for sure if we could meet. And so I went to our engineering department and tried to get answers, and they weren't necessarily being forthcoming with me. So the specific thing that I needed, I went to the test laboratory, and I asked them if we could meet this, and he showed me on the screen where he was actually testing one of the instruments, and it met that specification, or so I thought, and I didn't ask enough questions. And I went back and I prepared my bid and put it in saying that I met that. And then I come to find out later that what I was told was not exactly the truth, and I didn't inquire enough about that so that I knew it in my head. And the fact that I had given this guy my word, somebody I felt that I had a very strong relationship with, and now I had to go back and tell him that what I had told him wasn't exactly true. And that was very difficult. And I ended up having to go down to Nevada and sit in a room with a bunch of engineers and try and explain myself. And this was a very important contract for the company. And the owner, Lou Petrali, he and I discussed it beforehand, and he understood, and he said, do what you have to do. And so I went down, and I had to be honest. I had to explained the situation, and I explained why I didn't think it was as important. But, I mean, ultimately, we lost the contract, and I felt really bad. I mean, I felt terrible for quite a long time, but I learned from it. I learned to ask a lot more questions. And so I guess that's all I can say, is that I did the right thing. And even though it was tough and it was hurtful, it was the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for applying, Curtis. So in your experience in Grants Pass, can you bring those experiences to you as a city councilor with clubs or hobbies or other interests? What do you have that sort of rounds you out in the community?
Well, my hobbies, as I mentioned, has been golf, number one, I guess, but number two would be photography. And I was a member of the Caveman Camera Club. I've won some awards. And how I relate that back to the city, I'm not so sure, except that I've taken a lot of photos around the city and out of pride. So I always think that a photographer goes in and looks at the same thing that other people do, but they see it in a different way. And they focus on the best. And you may take a big picture, but you may end up cutting it down to just this much and making an excellent picture out of it. So.
Thank you.
Okay, my question is looking at the bigger question, because here in City Council, as I'm sure you're aware, we have a lot of things on our plate, and we have to make a lot of big decisions. And one of the big decisions that we're making right now has to do with budgeting and having to make cuts due to our taxation system, in a sense. And so I just would like to have you explain to me your thoughts on our local option tax levy tax system, and if there is any sort of advice or opinion you have about the best way to make operational cuts.
Well, as I mentioned last week, I think I did anyway, I've always been disappointed that we had so many difficulties passing tax levies here, and I'm not inordinately anti-tax. I think that, you know, what we do collectively is much easier than having somebody do individually. And I think, you know, I've dealt with significant budgets, and in budgetary situations, it's pretty simple. It's all about priorities. You got to have your must-haves and your nice-to-haves, and you have to decide what your must-haves are and your priorities, and you have to stick to it. And you can't waver from that. And so I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but my thought process is always to be very cognizant of what your goals are, your end goals, and the priorities to reach those goals. And don't be distracted by the shiny objects.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to Rob for the final question.
Okay. For comparison's sake, the 10 cities closest in population to Grants Pass, using the commonly accepted 5-up, 5-down methodology, or using the 5 major cities in Southern Oregon closest to Grants Pass, from Roseburg to Klamath Falls, GP has both the lowest per capita income and the lowest median household income, according to U.S. Census data. The question is, do you think our per capita income should be related to the city manager's salary range? If so, how many times our per capita income should the manager's salary range be?
Well, I think that you could make a sports analogy, in that if you want to get ahead, you need to be able to offer a good enough salary to gather the right talent and and maintain them, keep them. But the reality is you've only got what you've got coming in, and you can't spend it unwisely. So do I feel it should be proportional? I think that obviously has to be part of the decision factor. But, that would tend to incentivize the city manager to do things which are going to maybe artificially elevate those statistics. And I don't think that's a good incentive. The first thing you learn in marketing is that everything is about incentives and creating the right behaviors. So I realize I'm kind of talking in platitudes here, but I guess in short, I would say that everything has to be proportional somewhat to what the city's revenues are, and you should be working to improve the overall city and then allow that to improve everybody else.
Thanks for coming back down to talk to us today, Curtis. From here, we will be making a decision on Wednesday evening at our business meeting. We'll make a decision on the appointment and let that person know, and then they would be sworn in at the following meeting 2 weeks later. So you're welcome to come back on Wednesday evening or watch on television and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
All right, thank you. I will leave one last thing. A few of you have heard me say this before, but if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Levi is up next. Levi, thank you for coming back today. We have 15 minutes to talk with you, and we're doing just an open format Q&A with the counselors. And this time I'm going to start with Vanessa.
Thank you for coming today, Levi. Tell us about a difficult time that you faced and how you have overcome it.
Just like within life at all?
However you'd like to interpret that.
Okay. Difficult time in life that an example would be the NGO that we have in Uganda. We dug a well 2 years ago, and part of just trying to get the drill to the village, just get everything lined up and set up in a village where there's no good roads, trying to deal with communication issues with people that don't speak English. So I did all of that myself. I did the entire project, and we drilled it within 2 weeks, and that was just extremely challenging, and things that I didn't realize would come up, like dealing with the generator breaking or the water pump breaking, and then having to drive 2 hours to the nearest town to try to just get a working generator. And and then I have a plane ticket arrival and departure date, and trying to get all this figured out and orchestrated and able to meet my deadline, because I have to leave and be completed in time. And so I'd say we were successful. I'd say that's a great example.
Thank you.
Thank you, Levi. So your experience in Grass Pass, do you belong to any specific clubs or have hobbies or interests that you can bring to the council that sort of rounds you out?
Hobbies, gosh, I've done everything. I've rafted every part of the Rogue. I've tubed every part of the Rogue. I've even hiked like the Rogue River Trail. I've done a lot of backpacking in this area, Mount Baldy. When I was in high school and after that, I've longboarded probably every street in Grants Pass. Yeah, so I know every street, every bike path. I used to bike around, then I got a longboard, so I used to longboard in high school. So, so I'd cruise uptown and at like midnight and longboard all the way down 6th Street. It's like a 20-minute without touching the ground. Midnight because there's no traffic. So, but yeah, so I've done that. Riverside Park, disc golf was a big thing when I was younger. Tom Pierce Park, playing disc golf. So I feel like I never did baseball here, but when I was littler in Medford, I did baseball. But yeah, so I feel like I know every park, every street, every bump. I know where all the good fruit trees are when you're longboarding. So.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to turn the tide a little bit on you and just ask, because obviously as a council, we have really big issues. Parks obviously is an issue, all of our parks. But one of the biggest things that we're dealing with right now is budget cuts and having to make decisions on operational cuts within our community because of the failure of our levy system, our broken tax system, where we have to continually go out every 3 years for a local option levy tax. So I just kind of want to ask you your thoughts and understanding of that system of having to go out for levies to continually fund our police and fire, and if you have any suggestions or any opinions as to how to go about making those cuts or changing the system so we don't have to go out for levies.
I don't know much about that. That's for sure. I think that it's important to not cut our police and fire for sure because of all the forest fires in our area, and I think that's part of keeping our community safe is not letting homes disappear. It's happened in Talent and Medford, and I really wouldn't like to see that happen here. So I don't want to drop funding for our fire, especially in our police in this area. They keep us safe, and they're a big part of what makes just the peace and the beauty that we have in Grants Pass be what we have. So I'd be looking forward to understanding more about the budget cuts. I'm not knowledgeable on that, no.
DJ?
Sure. So there will be times where you're going to face controversial decisions. You're going to face great opposition, and it can be uncomfortable. And you're going to have to balance that input and what you believe to be the best decision to make for the community. For example, you could be faced with petitions from hundreds of people in opposition to the decision that you believe is best. Could you walk me through how you might deal with that circumstance?
Well, the cool thing about the council is it's a place where people can share and have an input and a voice in what they want to see in the community. And potentially that's a great example of the council making a decision or trying to make a decision and people hearing about it. And if there's an overwhelming flood of people against an idea, it's like, well, the council's supposed to represent the people. So if there's a great opposition to it, then potentially that's a direction or that needs to be thought out better. Or people need to be talked to. We need to get more people to give their opinions on a matter. Because it's about the people. It's not about just making all these decisions and people don't get any input. It's about making life better for everyone and doing your best. And it's true, not everybody's going to agree on matters, that's for sure. I mean, there's a whole spectrum of age groups and how wealthy or poor people are. It's very difficult to, create a law or pass something that represents everyone, and that's the biggest challenge, in government in every way.
Rob?
So specifically, following up on DJ's question, specifically last year, many members of the public, some of whom are now on this dais, accused the council, some of whom share the dais, of mishandling the Rogue River Reserve property. Do you feel that issue was handled appropriately or well? And if not, how could it have been improved?
I don't know much details about that situation.
Joel?
So Levi, fears can drive people's behavior, and when they focus on them, they tend to achieve them. Like if you go to bat and you're afraid to strike out, what happens? You strike out. So if you're afraid something's going to happen in the city, and that drives your behavior or my behavior, we tend to make it happen, though that's not our intent. Our intent is not to strike out. A small example is when I'm raising my kids, my worst fear is that they're not exposed to things. And so I make sure they're getting exposed to everything, right, if based on that fear. Well, my best hope for them is that they become independent of me, which is a little bit different in terms of my behavior and interaction with them than exposing them to everything. You and your relationship to the city of Grants Pass, you have some worst fears, we all do, of what the city can do. Maybe you've experienced them. You know, some people experienced them last year. Putting those fears aside, what is your best outcome for the city of Grants Pass and this council, and how do you feel about it?
The best outcome, like aside from fears of things going wrong, what do you?
I'll let you figure that out. I'm not going to answer it for you.
Well, I'd say best outcome, I would love to see businesses, I mean, COVID, it just speaks for itself. But aside from that, you know, I'd love to see businesses thrive and, like I said last time, like more young people get involved in business. I don't want to see people move away because they think there's no future in Grants Pass. I think that there should be more avenues for younger people to be able to make a better life for themselves. And, you know, that's a fear that some people have, is not being able to have a future in this town. And I just from my peers and people that I know, I hear that a lot, and I just think it's terrible. So that would be a fear, is people having to think there's no future, and that would be helping with better jobs. And if the economy, I don't know, if the economy goes down, I'm not that old. I haven't been through recessions and stuff like that, but you know, I would love to see the city get involved in helping younger people get better jobs, if that's more trainings or something to give more of a hope to younger people. So I would. Yeah.
Thank you. You're thinking.
I yield my time.
Do we have a final question over here? Valerie?
Come up with one. Okay. Well, I actually, one of my questions is what do you see the city's role as bringing in? I mean, I am all for, I have 4 children, all who have moved out of town, and I would love to bring them back. So what do you see as our role? How can we bring them back to work in our community?
Well, the thing I always hear, just among friends or peers, is like Grants Pass is a retirement community. It's like the only job is either working in a retirement home or making coffee. It's like those are the 2 things that I always hear, and it's like there's so much more that can be done. Like I don't know all the logistics or the details of like what's going on at the fairgrounds with the building, but potentially that's a big bringer of jobs and income for people. So potentially that's another route, especially with the horse track in Portland being shut down, and now we're going to have the Grants Pass Downs be a bigger part. We're going to be having a lot more tourism, and that's going to affect housing and hotels. So we're going to be a bigger hub for tourism over the next couple years, and it's going to grow exponentially. And so we have the river, so we're really set up to be a really great tourism community. And seasonally, that's probably a seasonal thing, but I think that can really affect just the income of our town giving people more choices and young people more vision in what they can do with their lives and more opportunity. I mean, I know a lot of people that just travel to Medford from Grants Pass just to work because they don't think there's anything in town. So I'm excited to see, what happens with that. And, we're growing. We have the most northern in and out, on the West Coast, which is super cool. We're on the map now. So, it's, I was excited that, that happened and, there's more tourism because of that. So now we got Winco, people used to travel to Medford just to do that. So I think that we're starting to get to a point where there's more jobs available in this area, and there's going to be more of a future for just the younger generation.
Thank you, and I hope that my kids will come back and see that.
Thanks for coming down to interview with us again today. We will be making a decision on Wednesday evening at the business meeting and letting the candidate know you're welcome to come back for Wednesday evening or watch us on television, or we'll let you know. And then whoever the candidate is that gets appointed will be sworn in at the following meeting 2 weeks later. So thanks very much for coming down and answering our questions, and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
And our final interview today is with Matt Lund. Matt, thanks for coming back today to talk with us. We have 15 minutes to talk with you today, and we have an open format where the candidates or the counselors are each asking whatever question they would like to ask you. So we'll start down here with Vanessa again and rotate to the left.
Thank you for coming today, Matt.
Sure.
Tell us about a difficult time that you have faced and how you overcame it.
It's a good question for 2020 and 2021. I definitely would say that COVID this year has been probably the hardest as I've gone through my career. Not knowing what's happening starting out in the early part of 2020 and, running a business as a CEO, knowing the decisions that I make impact hundreds of lives, and they impact then their families, and it also impacts the organization that I run within the community that we're in. And so having to work through the unknowns obviously is very stressful. It's a financial impact, it's an emotional, it's a social, so there's a lot that goes behind it. And 2020 has definitely been that probably most struggling time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Matt. So when your experience here in Grants Pass, have you belonged to different clubs or had hobbies or different interests that round you out as a person?
Have I been a part of other things?
Yes, part of just different hobbies, clubs, and interests.
Sure, I've been to a few Rotary meetings that I've either presented at or have just went to be a part of for the day. Presented at Lions Club. I presented at the Kiwanis meetings. I've been asked by a few others to join, and being that I've been in the area now for a little over 2 years, I was waiting because obviously coming into a new role here, I didn't know where my time was going to be divided and where I needed to put my efforts. And so I've gotten to know a lot of people over the last 2.5 years and had some great meetings and conversations. But I strategically did not join anything, but I elected to be part of it by going and having lunches or having conversations.
So do you have any particular hobbies also that add to your, as a person, and could be utilized just in your perspective with the council?
Sure. As far as hobbies go, I'm a huge outdoorsman. I love hunting, love fishing. Love taking the family out to go to parks and walks and getting out and taking our boat out to do family trips and camping trips. So that was one of the big things that drew me to this area, was the outdoor life and being a part of a community like this. It's a beautiful area. It's a place that my family and I have decided that we'll be here for years to come. I know that in my previous times, it was always either a stepping stone or looking to see what my purpose was for that community. And our decision to come out here was very intentional. I've worked in very large nonprofits in the past, and they were in major cities. And I decided, again, very strategically, that we wanted to step back into a place that gave us time for our 4 kids and gave us time as a family to do the things that you should be doing as a family, which is spending time together. And so for us, anything outdoors is a huge hobby. Other than that, I love to be incredibly active, go golfing and play pickleball and basketball and whatever else I can get active with.
Hello, Matt, and welcome. Mine is kind of a bigger question about budgets, and I'm sure you work with many budgets and understand the difficulty involved in making cuts and making decisions that are not always popular.
Sure.
I don't know how familiar you are with our local taxation system of recurring levies. We have a permanent tax fund and then a recurring levy that comes up every 3 to 5 years, which has sometimes been a struggle. We're currently in the process of having to make budgetary cuts to that. So I just wanted to ask how familiar you were, or if you have followed along with any of the processes that we're currently in, and what your opinions may be as to how to make operational cuts.
Yeah, and those are very tough decisions. Again, when those decisions are made, they impact people directly, and that's what makes them the toughest. Is that there's nothing ever easy about making that budget cut, but yet they are a necessity. As a CEO, I've had to make a lot of budget cuts over the years, especially working in the nonprofit sector. And as far as the overall direct budget for the city, I'm not familiar with it. I haven't looked a lot into it, but it's something I can definitely learn. And that's one thing that I do very well, is I'm able to get in and educate myself and ask the right questions to really get a good background. As far as the things that I bring into it, when you have fresh eyes that come in and it's what I might look at as common sense, someone else looks at it and goes, wow, we didn't think of that. And I think that's the great thing about bringing somebody new in that has fresh eyes. And so for me, looking into some of these levies and looking at some of the tax parts, I think for myself, and I know myself with my background, that it's definitely something I can bring a lot of value in, bringing fresh ideas.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
DJ?
Sure. So you will be dealing with some contentious issues, some controversial issues that will inevitably have people on both sides of the fence. For example, you could face petitions with multiple signatures in opposition of what you might think is best for this community. Could you walk me through how you would deal with that circumstance?
Sure. Well, I think a lot of it comes down to full transparency and communication. As you go through the process, you ask a lot of questions. And I've always went by a certain standard where you listen, learn, listen, act. And there's listen in there twice, meaning that you try to get all the facts that you can and understand truly what you're making decisions about. And again, I've made decisions during my time as a CEO in multiple organizations that are very unpopular. And you have to look at the long-term strategic plan piece of it and say, this is what's going to hit for the greater good of our community. It may upset a few people right when the decision's made, but overall, again, if you're fully transparent, communicate why it's being done and what the long-term goal is, along with the strategic planning piece and the vision of it, then I think people will come to a common understanding.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, following up with DJ's question, Matt, just last year, many members of the public, some of whom are now on the dais, accused the council, some of whom are still on the dais, of mishandling the Rogue River Reserve property. Do you feel that issue was handled properly or well? And if not, how could it have been improved?
So I was part of that. Well, as far as supporting it, I supported the purchase of it. I supported what's happening because I looked at it as the economical standpoint of what it meant for the community and understanding, again, the bigger picture. And I also understand the intentions behind it, at least what has been told to me. And I think there were a lot of good questions. I wasn't a part of every meeting. I wasn't a part of what the aftermath of once the purchase was done. So for me, I think it was more of really being, again, transparent, communicating that here's the full intentions, here's the plans for it, here's why we're looking to sell it, what the initial purchase of the property was for, and why things didn't happen when it was first purchased back by the city years ago. So I think looking at all the details and truly understanding, and again, being open about it, it's okay to make a mistake, but let's learn from our mistakes and move forward. It's okay to disagree about something, but why are we disagreeing? All that means is that we have passion behind it. So I think a lot of it is that I was privy to some of the information, but not all of it. And again, there was decisions made of past history that I didn't know about, and nor did I ask too much because I wasn't overly involved. But I think for me, if I sit on the city council, that those questions need to be asked. The information needs to be looked into, the past, the present, and the future of what everything is. So I can't give you any specific examples just because I don't know enough about the history, nor do I want to answer something I'm not educated on. But just in what I'm familiar with, I think it was done for the right reason. If it wasn't, I'd like to be educated more on it. But again, I want to know more about the history of it as well.
Matt, it's my turn.
Yes.
Philosophers have defined morality as having two different parameters. One is how I treat other people and do that in a way that is appropriate. And the second parameter of morality is how I treat myself. How do you handle situations with employees, with friends, with hopefully not, but family members who choose to be immoral with themselves, and how do you feel about it?
That's a pretty complex question, and I know that it's a real struggle, and we're talking about a lot of ethical standards, and we're looking at mental wellness right now. You're talking social impact, intellectual impact, spiritual impact. I mean, we can go down a list of things. And what's interesting is that, I have my 10-year career with the YMCA, over 13 years of being an executive director and CEO with the Y. But I left the Y for about 3.5 years, and I became the CEO of the National Wellness Institute, which is an organization that focuses directly on mindfulness, resilience, and behavior change. And we built programs and worked with universities, along with running conferences around this direct impact that you're referring to, especially now going through the pandemic and looking at the overall mental health and well-being of everyone. And it's tough. There's a lot of people suffering from mental depression. There's a lot of people suffering from things that we'll never know because a lot of people don't know how to talk about it, and it's very taboo. And it's not a good thing. And we need to get over it and say that vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. And so for me, it's one of those things that we got to be able to have the conversation. We got to be able to do it with no judgment. And we have to be able to be open-minded about what's really coming at us. And so for me, that was a big passion. And I traveled around the country presenting at universities and conferences, along with building 7 different NWI locations around the world in Czechoslovakia, Russia, China, Japan, Mexico, Canada. And I was working with committees on building wellness programs. And in doing that, we were talking about real problems. And I think that's the same thing we need to look at now, is how do we help out our community? And for me, I'm more strategically placed now to run it from what my current job is as a CEO of the YMCA, but then impact the community directly that I live in and not so much as a national or international thing. And so for me, the question that you asked is very difficult to answer because everybody's in a different place. Everyone's down a different path. And the thing is, we have to have no judgment, and we have to be able to open and listen and not go down too many wrong paths. So for me, I'm also a certified life coach. I got that certification about 3 years ago, and it's something I used to do on the side was do life coaching, which is completely different than doing sort of personal training that coaching gets very confused with at times. So I hope that answered your question, but it's a subject that I could talk hours on.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Do we have a second question over here? Valerie?
I just have a question that's going back to when you were here last time. You specifically talked about specific initiatives around poverty and business growth. And so that kind of captivated my mind as to what specific initiatives that you knew about or saw that you could bring to our community to help with poverty and business growth, two big areas that we struggle with.
Sure. I think living in the different cities I've lived in, whether it's being near Chicago or in Wichita or the Twin Cities in Minneapolis, is that, there are a lot of problems with homelessness. There's a lot of problems with poverty. When you have a poverty level of over 21% in the community, it's tough. It's one of the highest in the nation being here. And I think that's a real problem. And I don't know all the solutions to it because I don't know enough about what's going on. And it's something that I want to educate myself on, and that's where my interest comes into being on this council is there are things that I've done, programs that I've built. I've worked with counties, I've worked with cities. They've been strategically done with the YMCA, but they are things that need a direct approach and not a short-term answer. They're things that need long-term solutions to it, and with that have to come big ideas. And you can't go by status quo. Status quo doesn't work anymore, and especially the way we were moving and coming out of the pandemic of 2020.
Okay, thank you.
I think we have time for one more. Rob?
For comparison's sake, the 10 cities closest in population to Grants Pass, using the commonly accepted 5-up, 5-down methodology, or using the 5 major cities in Southern Oregon closest to Grants Pass from Roseburg to Klamath Falls, GP has the lowest per capita income and the lowest median household income according to U.S. Census data. Do you think our per capita income should be related to the city manager's salary range? If so, how many times our per capita income should the manager's salary range be?
So I think you have a lot of different thoughts on that. I think you pay what you get, what you're getting. Is it if you're looking for someone who has a lot of experience, a lot of talent, and a lot of experience background, is it if you go out and you find somebody for $80,000 a year or whatever it might be, you might be shutting yourself off from getting somebody who's experienced. I think you look at what your cost of living is. I think you look at the area, what it takes for overall salary. It's no different than decisions I've made with hiring program directors at the Y. Is that you get what you pay for. If you find somebody who has a lot of experience and you find somebody that has the talent that you need, you might have to pay for it, and then in the long run, it pays for itself. But I think you need to be open to that. I don't know that there's a set limit that you put on it, because I think you want to keep all of your options open, but you truly understand what you need as far as talent.
Thanks for coming down again today, Matt, and talking with us. The process from here is that we'll be discussing and selecting an appointee at our Wednesday night meeting this week. So you're welcome to come down and join us or watch on television. And we'll let you know one way or another. And then the appointee will be sworn in 2 weeks following Wednesday, so March 17th. So thanks again. It's a lovely day. Enjoy your afternoon.
Well, I appreciate everyone's time and appreciate the opportunity to go through this. I truly am looking forward to the opportunity or possibility to joining you guys. I did want to make one comment I had made last time about being the CEO in Roseburg. I took that over in March of 2020, and it was supposed to be a 3 to 4 month objective, and it turned into a year-long objective. They were not financially stable enough to hire on another CEO, and through the last 6 months, we were able to put over $500,000 in funding, and we are going to be hiring a new CEO this May. So I'll be stepping away from that position and coming down to stay full-time again, and only in Grants Pass. So just wanted to clarify that, just in case you guys are going, I don't know how he's going to do it or where he's going to go, but just want to make sure I clarify that piece.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, everybody, we're doing a pretty good job staying on schedule. We're just 4 minutes behind at this point, but let's take a 5-minute rest. We have several parks items coming up, so we'll give staff a time to adjust, and we'll start back here at 12:55. Thanks. All right, welcome back from our break. We are continuing on. We have several parks items on the agenda today, and so we're going to get started with a discussion about a grant possibility for Loveless Park improvements.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Brad Clark. We also have Wendy Giordano, our Parks Superintendent, Chad Thorson, who is a Parks Advisory Committee member, and then Susan Jenkins, who is a Parks Advisory Committee Chair, that are here that will certainly be able to answer questions that I can't in terms of some of the technical. But I'm going to kind of just try to breeze through this fairly quickly so that I know you have a limited amount of time allocated to this item on your agenda this morning. So, and I think probably more of the strategic questions will come up afterwards. So, but the subject is to talk about the mountain bike trail and pump track improvements at Loveless Park, also called B Street Jumps, including a potential grant partnership with the Rogue Valley Mountain Bike Association. And the relationship to your goals is to maintain, operate, and expand our infrastructure related to parks. A few background items. This was previously identified as Hillside Park. It is on Grant Street. That's the only access to it off of Northwest B. It's about 1.9 acres. It is in the Parks Master Plan, and it has just a few existing features in the park. There's some pretty kind of basic mountain bike jump trails, which there's a couple of pictures here that will show you, and then there is a playground equipment there as well. The FY 2015 budget did allocate $200,000 to this park, and those were specific to restroom, street improvements, pump track materials, and landscaping. That was reduced in FY 16, and then it was eliminated in 17 altogether by the council in that budget. The adopted plan does call out, which was adopted in 2010, what does call out two specific improvements, and that's a basketball court and improving the bike track. So it has been talked about in terms of improving that for quite a while, more than 11 years now. So here are the 5 parcels that are outlined in red are all city-owned, and that comprises the park. As I mentioned, Grant Street gives the only access to it. It's surrounded by approximately 20 houses that actually have adjacency to the park. Here's a couple of photos showing the playground equipment there, and then some of the existing paths. There's no sprinkler system out there. There's no improved landscaping in terms of that requires a lot of maintenance. Really, most of that's related. It's native. Here's a couple of the jumps, and just to kind of show you the relationship of some of the existing houses that are there that look on the park. So February 11th and February 17th, this topic has come up. One at the Parks Advisory Committee, where Chad Thorson kind of presented this concept. There was a motion forwarded to council supporting it. And then on February 17th, the council had Chad Thorson come during your public comment period and present a potential grant opportunity with Four-Way Community Foundation. And that's sort of what drove the timing of today's application, or as today's agenda item. At that February 17th meeting, the council did express sort of general support to hear this move forward and to have more information. So the conceptual plan was prepared by Dirt Mechanics LLC, and that was at the request of Chad Thorson, and the next slide will show kind of what that concept is. Some of the key features that are in the plan, having a start mound that would be near the beginning of some of the trails, improving the existing trails, adding pump track features, adding a scoot bike pump track feature for the tykes, putting in a dual slalom trail, a drop zone, some other obstacles. A shelter has been talked about as an important piece to add to the park. It is 2 acres, and but currently there is no place to really sit there. I think there's one picnic table. So here's the basic concept, showing the blue perimeter trail, and then some of the other features there. Here's what some of the obstacles could look like, taken from a couple of similar parks in the area. So Dirt Mechanics estimates that the improvements out there would be about $25,000. There is, as you heard in February 17th, this potential grant through Four-Way Community Foundation up to $10,000. There may be other grant funding that has not been identified, but that is one that has been. We also have Parks Division labor and equipment. The RVMBA has volunteers that have committed to working out there on the site, and then some in-kind contributions. There's some other information there related specifically to the foundation grant. They do primarily fund capital projects in Josephine County, a few in Western Jackson. These are provided to nonprofit organizations, so that's where you would have to have the partnership piece with the Rogue Valley Mountain Bike Association. The grant deadline this year, which as I understand it from Chad, is just once a year, is April 1st, and they would notify mid to late May on those. There aren't any minimum grant amounts that you can apply for, but 10,000 is typically the most that they've seen. So there's a lot to this project. So from the Parks Department standpoint, there's a lot going on, of course. So I think one of our goals here today is just to sort of think about, to get the sense from the council in terms of this specific grant and to, in general, the concept of this improvement. But there's some other thinking and these critical path that need to go in, I think, to this sub-project like this. One would be, are we actually referring to this as deferred maintenance? And if you just do the maintenance of the trails and upgrading those, maybe widening a few of them, I think that you could call it that. But there's also some other new obstacles that aren't out there, and it could become a capital project by some definitions. Also, I think determining the increased level of attraction that something like these improvements would have to the community and even those outside. What kind of draw, the parking, noise, dust, and lighting, and all these things that we typically think out when you think of a new project. There has not been a survey of the neighborhood specifically, but I think that was called out by council last time as something you want to see. So we would anticipate a 1/4 mile radius, but of course that's up to council and what you would like to see on that. And then there are some other potential permits that would, depending on the scope, that would need to happen, site planning and grading. The cost implications on this are there. The LB 6189 is the main source of funding in our budget for these kinds of projects. And as mentioned, we have the private foundation grant there. The other phases would need to be looked at another time, probably. The Rogue Valley Mountain Bike Association has also indicated that they could do some private fundraising, and they estimated about $5,000 on that. So the call to action is to discuss your support or not for the foundation grant deadline of April 1st. There's a few alternatives listed there for you. You could offer support for the trail improvement concept without committing general fund resources, just to basically allow the grant to be submitted on April 1st. We could offer support committing general fund resources as a specific match. You could withhold project support until the public outreach is completed and you have a much better sense on what the neighborhood is feeling about this type of project. Or you could direct us to proceed with the trail improvements only as deferred parks maintenance without doing any public outreach. So I think those are some of the ideas that staff came up with that may be an outcome today. And as I mentioned, we do have Chad and Wendy and Susan here for other questions.
Thank you. Joel?
So I was wondering, Susan, as chairman of the Parks Committee, could you share your thoughts with us?
Yes, when this was presented to the advisory committee, we felt it was a great project. We could see for younger kids, this has been a really busy park. It is a unique facility in our town for dirt bike riding. I know a lot of kids have participated or played at that park on their bikes over the years. I think the money issue is always part of it. You know, how do we balance everything that we want done in our parks? But with matching funds and with club funds being put toward it, I think that helps balance that out. It's always great when we have an outside group willing to help support a project. And, you know, having the plans already there and everything in front of us. I too wonder about the neighborhood impact. Joel, you had looked into that some too, I think, but I know parking has come up when we've talked about, a pickleball court at Lawn Ridge. You know, somebody had brought up parking when that already exists there. So I do wonder about neighborhood impact. But as far as the committee goes, we saw this as a great project for the children in that neighborhood.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Brad?
Oh, actually, I had a question for Susan, but it's okay, whatever. My question, Susan, was when it was brought to you at the parks, was it brought up to you that it needed to be done in a timely manner to get it in front of the council? Was that the case?
Knowing that there was a grant deadline.
Okay.
Yes, we did. I know I may have asked, or another member may have asked if it could be done in phases. You know, what if we didn't have the 25,000 available? And Chad could answer this more specifically, but I think he said it could be done in phases. I think you do increase costs though, because if you need big machinery, you know, to come, if you call that back more than once, you probably increase the cost then. But it could be done in phases.
Okay.
But I think the idea was it would be 10,000 of city money matched with the four-way grant, and then club money to fill in to get to the 25.
Okay, thank you.
That
did answer the question. I was kind of surprised how it didn't come through the committee, but Chad brought it here ahead of time, and so that's where I was
Okay, so we did
confused.
make a motion.
Okay.
It may not have gotten to you before it was presented to you at the council meeting, but we did send a motion forward as a committee.
Okay.
In support of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Brian?
Thank you, Brad. I just have a question about the grant application, the Four-Way Foundation grant. My initial impression was that was something that was going to be handled not by the city, but other information has made me think that maybe the city would be the one applying for that grant. So I just wanted clarification about who would be applying for the grant specifically.
Right, and Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is only nonprofit organizations really can be the primary applicant, so it would not be submitted by the city. It would have to be submitted by the Rogue Valley Mountain Bike Association.
Thank you for putting this on the agenda and talking about this today. And I know it seems like it's coming up all of a sudden. Our VMB has been working on this project for about 18 months. It takes a long time to get ideas together, get the site plan together, and work through the process. We were ready in November, but then there's a break in December and the new council, and so here we are in March. And I know it's just been on your radar for a short time, but for your answer on the grant, we've already got most of it all prepared, and what my plan is to get it all set up, ready to send, and then have the city's new grant writer just review it, polish it up, so it's the strongest ask that it could be to present to the four-way committee or four-way community grant. So minimal ask on the city, just to, buff it up, make sure it looks good.
Rob?
So I'm sorry if this was already covered by Brad, and it might have been, but this is a matching grant? You require matching funds, or it's just one option is the 10 grand, the other option is a match, or
The four-way community grant is a matching grant.
So basically, without the city also ponying up money, then there's nothing would come in.
Then there's nothing, yeah, and then it would be up to our VMBA to crowdsource as much as we can raise for the project. It'll probably push it out at least another year.
But that would be exclusive of, there'd be no grant then? That
There
would
would-
just be
right.
grassroots?
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Valerie, then Joel.
Yeah, I just had a question about the $10,000 in terms of maintenance money. Because we do know, obviously, maintenance money is in a special fund. And if you have any idea of what the cost of just maintaining or of putting in because of the lack of maintenance, because it obviously has not been maintained in the last few years. So if you were to have a set of an amount of money that you would dedicate towards that, approximately, would it be close to the 10,000 or less or whatever?
We'll see if Wendy has any insights on that.
Going between short people and tall people here with this. You know, I don't have an exact answer on that. Certainly, staff has been maintaining that site as it is. It's pretty natural, which makes it a little bit easier to maintain than our other urban parks. So I think maybe just a little bit more maintenance is going to be required if we improve this area and we get some of these really cool features that Chad has presented to us. And we don't have the data to break out how much each park costs to maintain, but I think it wouldn't be too challenging to have it improved and continue to maintain it. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but.
Would it cost more to maintain it further forward? Probably would if we were to improve it. There'd be an increase in the maintenance going forward.
Probably minimal costs, because now instead of just mounds of dirt, you're going to have actual features, which, you know, sometimes people destroy things in the parks, and there could be, you know, oh, they moved some rocks to a place that they don't belong, and let's get this put back in order. But given the small size of the park and that it is well loved by its users, I'm hoping that they will take care of it in the way that would minimize that additional cost for maintenance.
Can you explain me what I don't exactly understand pump track features. I mean, we keep hearing about pump tracks, but I don't know what that entails.
So with a pump track, I think the term refers to being able to, by pushing on your pedals and your handlebars, maneuver the bike without pedaling, and you can maintain your speed, and it gives this nice, fun, flowy sort of workout. This is completely different than like the BMX track, you know, that's been on the radar before too. It's similar because, you know, you have the bumps and flowy turns and stuff, but it's way smaller scale. There's not a lot of yelling and cheering and lights and tons of parking issues, you know, at the scale of the BMX track. So this is definitely a smaller scale, more quiet, more fits into the neighborhood. And then for the maintenance, we're going to train 3 volunteers to become trail bosses, and then they'll oversee any of the volunteer work that will be done in the park to maintain the trails, because dirt pump tracks do require more maintenance than asphalt, but they're way less money to build, which fits, you know, this backyard style at Loveless Park. So the maintenance will be minimal to the city. Our VMBA will take care of this.
Thank you.
Rick and then Vanessa.
So Brad or Wendy, as far as the public or neighborhood input, directly or indirectly, have you heard from any of the neighbors? And also, how long would a survey take?
Well, we haven't, you know, issued any kind of notice about this other than being on the council agenda. So I wouldn't expect that, you know, we would hear anything on this particular initiative. You know, I mean, the surveys, depending on how many questions we come up with and want to ask, maybe we can put them together in a couple of weeks and, put them out there for a couple of weeks. So, I mean, this is probably just a general range, but within a month.
Is it possible the survey could be done in 2 weeks? Because if we're looking at that grant deadline, I don't know how, and if it was just a simple list, not a real detailed list, is that feasible or not?
To get the public survey done prior to the April 1 grant deadline, is that your question? What do you think, Winnie? I think we could probably get. It's I always prefer to lengthen those things out. But we can certainly get the deadline out there and make it close to that April 1. So yeah, I think we can do that.
So is the grant put in jeopardy if we haven't done the surveying? We don't have an official decision by the council, or you can just do both at the same time?
No, there's no requirement from the grant side that I'm aware of that be done. I think we were more responding to the council's last discussion about wanting that feedback.
Aaron?
We don't want to get into the habit, and I would not recommend that if council's not in favor of this project, that we apply for the grant, because you don't want to be applying for a grant and then having to reject the grants. It gives our organization that. So if we were to apply for the grant, it would be that we're in favor of doing the project.
Vanessa?
It's my understanding the existing park doesn't have a restroom at this time, and the key features of the conceptual plan don't include a restroom. Do you anticipate any issues arising from the development of this park attracting more visitors and not having a restroom?
Well, maybe Wendy could come up, or Susan, on that. But anytime you add new features, I think we can expect to have more people come, and especially when it's a unique park like this. So when we talked, I asked Chad what he thought would be sort of the target audience in terms of main users, and his thought is sort of that younger, since there might be a tyke track, 8 and then up to maybe like 16, 17. So you're not seeing probably adults be the main user of this track. And then of course we've used porta potties at other locations when there has not been a permanent restroom. So that's another option.
That came up at our committee also, wondering about that, and a porta potty was mentioned as a cheaper way to go, and the fact that there's been no restroom there, and it's been a pretty heavily used park. It seems mostly by the neighborhood kids. So that was just what we had heard about it too. Was that it's been a park for a long time with no restroom and seemed to be a problem, but maybe a porta potty could be added if that's necessary.
I apologize. I think I skipped somebody over here. Was it you, Joel?
Well, I think both of us.
It was Rob?
So the question I have, I've done some homework, and masks and hearing aids don't look very good, so I'll just look like Poindexter, so bear with me. I went up and I met with about 11 homeowners. Everybody was home, which is interesting, and it's fascinating. I wish you were with me, Brian. It's fun to see our citizens and what they're doing. Everybody was really enthusiastic about it, which kind of surprised. I showed them the map, and I showed them that there could be some increased use. I said the goal is not to put this as an attraction, a destination attraction. This is not going to occur on Visit Grants Pass. It's to keep it as a neighborhood park, and they were all very enthusiastic. The one house that doesn't have the fence, it's a young family, and the 3 kids came to the door. Yeah, and as I was talking with the parents, the kids go, "Dad, we got to have this. We got to have this," and they don't want a fence because they like it. Like they like it in their backyard, you know. Another one I got a kick out. The only one negative comment I heard was at the last house, and it was two negative comments. First one was, you know, I'm not adjacent to that park, so why are you visiting me? And then the second one was, let me see if I can phrase it correctly. I'm not going to pay any more taxes. And so I talked to him about the police levy, and I said, you know, I hope you support it. The police levy's coming up. It's at the same level. And I said that, you know, any funding from this would mainly cover the deferred maintenance, and the grant would cover the additional capital investments. And actually, it's a good way and a good model for the rest of the park system, and have partnerships to reduce our maintenance in the future, and should be encouraged, not discouraged. And he was fine. But, you know, it's just fascinating. And then I said, "Thank you, my name's Rob." And then, no, I didn't say that. So, but anyway, I'm used to public involvement where you have public involvement according to the level of controversy that you expect. And at the very minimum, there's administrative choices that are routine. And obviously, you don't have any public involvement on those at all. There's another one that doesn't generate much controversy. You let people know what's going on. And if there's no public comment associated with that, that is adverse, then you would proceed. And then there's full-scale projects like selling the Rogue River Reserve that are at the other end of the scale. So the question I have is, as we look at this, a $10,000 project that would hopefully defer maintenance in the future for our whole park system, not just this park. With what I heard the other day, I didn't see it as a real controversial thing, except perhaps with parking. And I don't know if that's an issue or not. I know when those trails were first put in, it is a neighborhood park. We can adjust those trails somewhat to even further reduce the proximity to some of the houses. But what level of public involvement is appropriate given the level of controversy that we see? That was my question, Brad.
So the question being, do we expect any controversy?
No, I would say if it's not, if there is no controversy, what level of public involvement would we do on this project?
So, yeah, I mean, you know, on maintenance projects, as you said, we don't do any notification, really. I mean, we just maintain. So, you know, this is pushing that boundary. I mean, I would argue a little bit by adding some features. It goes a little bit above my maintenance. And anytime, you know, you're working with a neighborhood where you have 20 houses that all look on the park, I mean, I think it's good to do that outreach and make sure that they're aware of the changes that are coming. How you phrase it is always important. Are you looking for some kind of, you know, input on a specific feature? Is it worded in such a way that this is maintenance and we just want to let you know, or is it actually, you know, soliciting a certain high level of input, and they're going to have the ability to influence what that project is? You know, I mean, there's a lot of range there to work with, but I think you know, the goal today was to see if council, you know, really wanted to see that level of input, and we can phrase this really, you know, in any number of ways.
All right, I'm going to say Rob and then DJ, but I would also encourage you to start working towards making some sort of decision on where we're going to go with this today. We've been on this topic for half an hour, so if you want, to do a survey, wait. If you want to go forward with the grant application, let's start moving in that direction, please. Rob?
I have a question for Wendy. So Joel mentioned that there was only one house without a fence. That's not actually, I remember that park, but as far as you know, is that accurate? There's only one of the abutting properties is not separated by a fence?
I believe there's three, actually. One is kind of behind a drainage area, so it's not as directly impacted, but there's, I'm not sure which house you visited, Joel, if it was on the north side.
Yeah, it was about 2 houses away from the park, and he asked me, why are you even bothering me? That's what he said. But that was just one individual. There might be other people.
As I remember it, the northwest corner has no fence either, but in any event, there's some without a fence. So my question is, do we have any other parks that abut residential properties in the city that don't have fences?
Trying to think.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of any, but.
I don't believe so. I think in larger projects, when we're initially developing a park, if they don't have existing fencing, that we have provided that fencing.
So I guess I appreciate hearing from Susan, because when I go by that park, it's early in the morning and I never see anybody there, but apparently it is well used. But I guess my concern is that it may not be enough money, meaning that the city, it may take a little bit more from the city if we're going to actually put a fence up. And the reason I'm thinking of a fence is that if somebody had toddlers or dogs or whatever, and you get the interaction between the dogs and the bicycles and this and that, then who's liable and all kinds of problems. So to me, a fence makes good neighbors. Interesting quote, right? But so I would think that when we're looking at the cost of this, that a fence should probably be included in what we are presenting to the council, or what the council's considering. I mean, the project seems like awesome. It seems like a no-brainer. The grant seems like a no-brainer to me, but I just don't know if if we're budgeting enough if we're going to do it without a fence. Thanks.
DJ?
Rob, one thing we talked about on our committee was just that those houses either went in after the park was already there, or they've coexisted, and the use of the park isn't changing. It's still going to be a bicycle park like it's been. And so if they've been there without a fence, we weren't sure that this was going to impact their current situation.
I appreciate the look at that. I'm just, houses get bought and sold all the time.
Yeah.
And people get dogs or don't have dogs. People have babies and don't have babies, so
yeah.
All those interactions, just because they haven't been there doesn't mean they won't be there tomorrow.
I agree, but I just wanted you to know, we did talk about that and thought, well, that park currently exists with or without fences for each neighbor, and they've chosen that so far.
DJ?
Sure, I have a clarifying question from your last comment, Aaron, and maybe Chad, you can help clarify this. So I understand the grant funding, we wouldn't want to renege on that and say, okay, we're not going to anymore. But is there a possibility of changing the plan and still pursuing the grant? For example, would that grant be tied to exactly what the proposed plan is, or could it be applied to just a general improvement on the park that's like those plans? Using an example of maybe we wanted a trail in a different spot based on some community feedback. Do you understand the question?
Grant would specifically be funding the development of the trails, and if you had a change in the trail design or something, I don't see that as being an encumbrance to receiving the grant still.
Okay, would you agree with that, Chad?
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I've been keeping in communication with Paul from Dirt Mechanics, and he's very flexible on the design. He just wanted to get some lines on the paper to kind of give the vision of what the park could be, but if we need to move a line a little away from a property, or we need to adjust. It's very flexible. And for the parking, this is a bike park, and it's street side parking. And I imagine from that quarter mile or larger range, people are going to just be riding from home, and we encourage that type of activity, so people can park anywhere and
Okay.
ride to the park. So.
That wasn't my question, with
Oh.
all due respect. So
Okay.
the reason I wanted to ask about, and that answers my question, thank you, Chad. So the reason I wanted to ask that is that an idea came up at last Wednesday to pursue the grant funding, because I'm in favor of some kind of development on this park, but it could theoretically change from more input from constituents, more thought from Parks Advisory. I appreciate the question about the restrooms. So if we can change that in some semblance, then I'd be in favor of this, because I would like to see this improved. It's a 40-cent on the dollar investment plus future maintenance. I see this as being a huge win. What I'd like to see is pursuit of the 10,000 matching from the city, but contingent on a survey of the neighborhood, perhaps final deliberations from Parks Advisory with that survey, so that we could approve in the future. That's what I would propose.
Vanessa?
This is a question for Adam. On the cost implication page, it's suggested that we take from LB 6189. A memo that we received on February 11th of this year, I'm showing LB 6232 for Loveless Park improvement holds $6,537. Would it be possible to liquidate this fund and take the rest from LB 6189?
The appropriation or the reappropriation of available funds is certainly at council's discretion. I'd have to look at the exact current available dollars on those projects to let you know exactly how much is available today, but that's at council's discretion.
Thank you.
Rick, and then Valerie?
I like what DJ said, and I would be in favor of seeing this going forward and pursuing the grant as well as the improvements.
And I guess I'm pretty much following along. I will thank Vanessa for looking back in the budget book to see if indeed there is any funds left in that LB project for Loveless Park. But I think this is, like I said, I would encourage, and I have encouraged with COPA groups to go out and seek out outside funding so that we can match, because it makes the dollar go that much farther. So, I encourage all groups to do basically what they're doing, which is going to go out and try to find a way to make it work with a partnership outside of the city. So I do want to encourage that, and for that reason, I am going to support it, as well as my belief in having lots of activities for younger children as well.
Further questions, discussion? All right, at this point, should we have a motion? I've heard several people indicate some support for the grant, but and offering up $10,000 in matching funds.
So I move to utilize the LB fund for a $10,000 matching grant with the contingency of a survey and final Parks Advisory recommendation.
Second, Valerie, thank you. Any further discussion? All right. Vanessa?
To clarify your motion, is that a specific LB fund, or is that just any available LB fund that can be allocated?
Just the staff recommended LB fund. I'm willing to add which specific LB fund it should come from, though.
The LB 6189 is the most flexible project that we have, that we identified as the one that would work for this and the matching funds.
Okay, thank you.
Just for further clarification, Vanessa, could you name that LB project that you were referencing, the number for that one?
LB 6232 Loveless Park improvement. As of February 11th, 2021, holds $6,537.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, you're specifying 6189?
Yes.
Okay. All right, further comment? Okay, let's vote. Brian? Oh, okay, you're right. I forgot my own plan. DJ?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Brian?
I'm going to abstain.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
All right, looks like we'll go forward with pursuing that grant application and offering up $10,000 of matching funds. Thank you. We have coming up next, Caveman Pool discussion, and Wendy is back with us.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Wendy Giordano, Park Superintendent. I started in my position as Park Superintendent a little over 2 years ago. I've been with the city a total of 10. And one of the things that as I started reviewing in more detail all of our parks, that really came to my attention was the condition of Caveman Pool. In particular, some of the equipment in the equipment room that normal citizens don't see was a little bit shocking. And so I just wanted to start having a discussion, knowing that this is a huge project and we shouldn't let it sneak up on us and all of a sudden have operations shut down midsummer. So, and I know a lot of people are very passionate about the pool, so I'm gonna show you some slides today and we can talk about next steps. So one of the fun things former employee now found were these old pictures of when it was actually built, which kind of gives you a reference for the age of the facility. I mean, I don't think there was OSHA back then. I don't see anybody with a hard hat on. So today we'll review the current condition of the Caveman Pool and considerations for reopening. And also we'll talk about next steps for the long-term planning and the task force creation. The relationship to council goals are maintain, operate, and expand our infrastructure to meet community needs and ensuring that our park infrastructure needs are adequate to serve the community. So I think most people know the benefits of an aquatic center. You know, beyond the physical exercise part of it, there's social interaction, there's ways for people of different abilities to get therapy and all of the wonderful things that contributes to the health and happiness of our community. The attendance every year runs right around 18,000 admissions through the normal season, which is June through August. And that fluctuates just a little bit depending on summer fires. The lifeguards are usually in the 17-year-old range, and when the smoke level hits a certain level, they have to shut down the pool. So that's where you see the numbers drop a little bit in 2018. Of course, last year the pool was closed due to COVID restrictions. So again, the pool is almost 70 years old. Concrete surrounding the pool is cracking, the metal equipment and pipes are rusted. We've got a couple of pieces of newer equipment, but we've got some very, very old original equipment that's not the most efficient. We had a straight shade structure that we removed last year. It was rotten and unsafe. And then we recently inspected the lifeguard chairs, diving board, and slide and found that those are all in unsafe conditions and will need to be removed. The other item of main concern with the getting it back open is the heat exchange unit. It was not operating very well when we shut the pool down in the prior season, and just knowing that heat, the pool is going to need even more heat if we open it early. So it's something that we're looking into, trying to get a contractor to look at it. It's a very specific piece of equipment. So this is just an aerial shot of the pool location. I found that many citizens don't realize that it's actually a city facility. They think it's part of the high school because the high school grounds surround it. And this is the condition as it sits today. There's groundwater intrusion. through the winter months. It gets pretty yucky, and our pool covers are in disrepair. They cost about $10,000 each. So this is what it looks like when our crews start to get ready to get it cleaned and operating. So a few more pictures. I know a few of the counselors here did a tour, I don't know when it was, a year or two ago. I think it was pretty eye-opening. We also had the Parks Advisory Committee come and take a look. It's one thing to see pictures, but it's kind of a different feel when you're actually on site. And the picture on the right is the base of the diving board. And that close-up is a little bit more, that's the condition that we're seeing a lot of, where all of these devices on the outside of the pool are attached. The rust has just deteriorated them to the point where it needs to be removed. So this is a shot of our heat exchanger. I kind of wish after I took the picture I had a measuring tape or something up, because these pipes are big. These are old, big pipes that were installed 70 years ago. They're rusting. I've been told prior to my time as a superintendent that staff has tried to get people to work on them, and they just refuse. They're not going to mess around with pipes this size that are in that condition. A couple of other things. The ceiling in the women's room, I was there just the other day. Something happened. We'll just need staff. We've got some pretty handy people on staff, so we'll need to make a repair there. And the other shot is just showing you an example of the outside concrete decking. It's just showing its age. We've got cracks pretty much throughout that whole facility. On a good note, our locker rooms, showers, and restrooms all appear to be in good working condition. They are clean. They're looking like they'll operate. I haven't turned the water on and made sure that things are flowing, but I don't think we need to invest money in that part of the facility right now. So we did have a professional review done a couple of years ago by Gary Grip, and those of you that don't have that report, I'm certainly happy to send it to you through Aaron. And he determined that the cost to renovate the pool could be in the $2 to $4 million range. We would gain efficient equipment and cost benefit of that, but it's kind of like a car that's in disrepair. You don't know just by looking at it from the outside what the cost is going to be. You kind of have to start digging in or making a decision to potentially relocate the pool at another place. So through that discussion, and the pool has been at the top of the strategic planning list as something that the council wanted to see either opened or rebuilt. And there was funding approved last year through the budget process to go towards LB 6393. That was reduced just a little bit recently to offset the cost of the public safety building. So the pool operations, again, talking about partnerships, the YMCA has been an excellent partner, and that's how we've been able to keep this pool open to the public all these years. They provide the lifeguards, the management and staff at the front counter and snack bar, and we do all of the facility maintenance, including purchasing the chemicals, the utilities, the repairs. We actually have certified pool operators on staff that help perform that part of the maintenance. So the contract we have with the YMCA allows them to cover their expenses through admission fees, and then any funds exceeding their costs come back to the city. In recent years, that range has been between $1,200 and $1,300 a year. So I actually called the YMCA a couple of weeks ago, and I just wanted to check in with them and see, how they were doing, if we were able to get the pool running again, are they able to provide that service? And while they have unfortunately had to lay off the majority of their staff, Matt Lund actually said, your timing was perfect. We just had a meeting, and not only do we want to open the pool, we would like to open it early. Actually, at the last Parks Advisory Committee meeting, we had public comment where people were asking the city to open the pool early so that kids that are on swim teams could have a facility, could get out there and do their sport. The YMCA pool is under renovations at the moment. They have some pretty significant repairs, and their pool is closed, in addition to being an indoor pool, which makes it a little more challenging with COVID restrictions than an outdoor pool. So I said, you know, can we get some help? We don't usually have the pool open that long. We have limited staff to do the maintenance. And they said that they would provide some assistance through their certified pool operator. We don't have that in a contract, but just during our conversation, it seemed like they were interested in any way that they could partner with us. The other issue with the pool in the current location is that if class sessions are in, the parking is pretty impossible. Again, Matlin said that he started to have some conversations with the district about using that visitor parking lot that's just to the north of the pool, and that they would set up a reservation system so that you didn't have a mass crowd showing up at the pool. Everybody would know what their time slot was, and they could maintain the COVID attendance restrictions. So opening the pool, whether we decide to open it early or on a regular time schedule, the time it takes to clean the pool and fill it with water, and then in this case this year, we would need to remove those lifeguard chairs, the slide, the diving board, and patch the holes where in the concrete. We would not need to necessarily replace the slide and the diving board, but there are portable lifeguard chairs that meet code that we could purchase. And, you know, typical delivery for something like that would be 2 to 3 weeks. We'd also need a week or two once the pool is filled to test all the equipment. We don't have dedicated staff just to do this, so we're juggling regular parks maintenance duties along with the pool startup. And normally a little bit later in the season, we have seasonal staff to help with this, so that's another decision to be made, whether we bring in some extra effort early. And then again, the heat exchanger, we're not completely sure if it's working or not. The pool's been sitting for an extra year not being run, so our best guess is maybe 3 weeks if we find that it needs to be repaired by the time the contractor can get whatever parts they need and get that done. So we're looking about a month to 5 weeks from start to finish to get that pool up and running. So the cost to run the pool, this year's total budget was $107,000. Even though we didn't have the pool operating, there still are expenses related to the pool. So the $18,915 is what's been spent to date. We would need to purchase those new lifeguard chairs. The diving board and slide would be optional. The cost for the heat exchanger is unknown at this time. It could, right as I was walking out the door today, the park supervisor that works with me said we're looking at a range anywhere from maybe $10,000 to $50,000. It's just, unfortunately, I don't have an exact number for that. And then if we added months to our opening, we're going to have additional costs. So the utilities to have a heated pool during the cooler months is going to cost a little bit more than it does in August. The chemicals, admin, and just your miscellaneous costs are going to be in the $50,000 to $75,000 range. That would get us through the end of the fiscal year. And then staff time charges, we do have a percentage of staff time that's associated with this operating budget. So at the end of the fiscal year, just using our best guess, using numbers from historical use, we could be around $10,000 in the black, or potentially we could go into the red a little bit. So that's just something that we need to look at if possibly council is interested in doing this, we may need to have some additional revenue to make it happen. So moving on to the next subject related to the pool is the pool task force. The creation of a Caveman Pool task force was a 2-star priority during your 21 strategic planning process. And also the community pool is listed as a project that could be funded through the Urban Renewal Agency, although the existing location is not part of that zoning district. I know there was some conversation, well, maybe 6 months or so ago, when Laura brought to you possibly changing the zoning district, and council decided to wait on that item, and it could be kind of lollipopped out to the current location. As well as the Parks Advisory Committee identified repairs and upgrades of the pool as one of their selections for a top priority. So the expectations that staff is presenting ideas for the task force scope would be pool infrastructure, assessing the condition, trying to obtain more detailed cost estimates, pool operations, whether we want to continue with the YMCA, and how operating under COVID-19 restrictions affects our operations, future location, keeping the pool where it's at, would it be better to move it somewhere else? And then the meetings would be subject to public meeting law, have a chair and vice chair, agendas, minutes. Staff would provide the support for that. The task force could be part of what our committee already does. The Parks Advisory Committee or a subcommittee could be formed out of the PAC with other interested citizen members. So it could be up to the PAC on how to form that. Meetings could take place before and after our normally scheduled meetings to ease that transition from one to the other. And the focus of the committee would be on long-term planning for the pool. So as far as the task force cost implication, it would be staff time. Depending on what kind of detailed cost estimates were required, there could be a cost for that. Just like when you take, I don't know if you've taken your car to the mechanic and they said, well, it's going to cost you to find out our time to figure out what's wrong. So I feel strongly that that's going to be part of this process as well. So the call to action date is at your discretion. The alternatives are open the pool early and transfer additional funds if needed, open pool early and possibly renegotiate our contract with YMCA or District 7 to assist with the funding, delay the pool opening to the normal June schedule, or keep it closed until our plan is fully developed. And also the alternatives for the task force is to ask the PAC for input on the subcommittee or task force, or just go ahead and task the PAC to form a subcommittee and with the additional citizen members. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks, Wendy. Susan, did the Parks Committee have an official position on reopening the pool?
We haven't discussed the opening, the early opening, but we did have some community members come hoping that the pool would be open, and I think the sooner the better. They're worried about high school swimmers who aren't practicing their sport and, you know, haven't had that outlet. I'm not sure when they were hoping to be open, but whether, yeah, I'm not sure how early they'd be getting in that pool. Yeah, so on that topic, as far as early opening, we haven't had a full discussion on that.
Thank you. All right, do we have any questions for Wendy? Rick?
Wendy, could you go back to the Caveman Pool budget on estimated cost? So on that one estimated cost for early opening with utilities and chemicals and so forth, $50,000 to $75,000, has the YMCA indicated directly or indirectly that they're willing to participate in part of that cost?
They have not indicated that. The discussion kind of took me by surprise. I was just calling to find out whether they still wanted to operate the pool, and then they indicated that not only did they want to operate it, they would like to open it early. I can't remember if I emailed or called Matt back, and I said, is your certified pool operator somebody that could help us, because this is definitely going to put an additional burden on an already slim staff. So he did indicate support for that. I did not directly ask him about participating in the cost for the chemicals and the utilities. That could be part of your direction, is to have some additional conversations and come up with a plan that we could represent back to you.
Valerie?
Yeah, I was going to add to that as well, because I do know that the closure at the Y has impacted, I mean, even up at Club Northwest, they just opened the pool and I was swimming and now I cannot get in because I know the swim teams are just desperate for a place to practice. So it has impacted the entire town in terms of having a place for the swim team to work. So I'm kind of in favor personally of opening it and seeing what we can and negotiating and working with the YMCA and District 7 to see if they can in as well, because they're being impacted as well. If there's some support that they can throw behind us to help cut the costs community-wise.
Let's maybe try and break this discussion up into what we want to do this summer, and then we'll talk about the task force as well. We have a two-parter here. Rob, did you have a question?
So it cost apparently somewhere between $17,000 and $25,000 a month to run the pool. Is that accurate?
In that range, at a minimum, yes.
Okay, well, that's the figures you have here. So yes. I'm wondering why, what motivation does the YMCA have to help the city on this? I mean, what's in it for them? I'm not sure why they would be motivated to do this.
Because of the outreach, they know that people are desperate to get in the water, and with their facility closed, they were listening to their membership and potentially, I mean, Matt could probably answer this better than I could, as far as the need. And certainly I know that we had citizens come to that Parks Advisory Committee meeting, although they're not directly associated with the Y. But I think the Y they want to help provide the community access to an aquatic facility.
And so people, and again, Matt might be the person, but people who were members at the Y would still have to pay admission to use this pool?
Yes, unless we came up with some contract negotiation where there'd have to be some kind of give and take, I would expect, where they wouldn't necessarily get the benefit of the city paying for all of the operations and then their membership gaining a benefit above other regular citizens. So
right,
that would be something we would have to work out.
I mean, if they're sending, if there's a ton of admission money that they're, essentially generating, that's different than if they expect something else out of that. So as far as revenue and expense, is it safe to say that we had very little expense, very little operating budget on this last year, that we should have had basically surplus funds at the end of the year because it was closed?
So I don't remember what the exact numbers were at the end of the prior fiscal year. Certainly there's some savings there. This year, starting July 1, it was closed. So normally that number wouldn't be just shy of 19,000. It would be quite a bit higher than that, having the 2 full months of operations affecting our operating budget.
Thank you.
Brian?
Thanks, Wendy. So when do we normally open the pool, and when would the Y like the pool to be open specifically?
We normally open the pool in the early June. We do allow the high school to use it for a couple of weeks before it's open to the public fully. And the Y actually asked if we could get it running in March. I said, Monday is March. I don't think that's even something that we can talk about. So they said, well, how about April? So the sooner the better for them. But obviously we've got some details to work out before we even get close to that.
Yeah, and just to follow up, when we did that tour, I think it was last year, if I remember correctly, the heat exchanger was working, but at a reduced capacity, 80%, 60%, something like that. So I'd be interested in knowing what that cost is to fix it, or if we even need to fix it. I mean, if it's still working at 60 to 80%, maybe we can just limp it along for this last year, and maybe we don't need to put any money into it at all. So I'd be interested in seeing the condition of the heat exchanger more specifically. And if there is a situation where we absolutely do need to do something about that, I'm wondering if there's some sort of option where maybe we could have some sort of temporary solar heating that would supplement the heat exchanger that might be a reduced cost as to actually repairing the heat exchanger itself, and something that could maybe even be reused at another time. So just another thing to consider. Thanks.
Council, are you interested in putting this on an agenda, discussing it now? Do you want to open it this summer? Rick?
I guess I would be interested in seeing, opening it, and like Brian said, see what, I'm going to say, maybe not the right words, patchwork could be done to just make it through the season, and see what type of agreement and cost sharing could come from the YMCA, I think would be essential.
Valerie?
I have two things. Number one, I'm just clarifying, because I was kind of confused when Rob was asking about this last year and then this year, because normally we have 100,000 is approximately what it takes. So we're going into it knowing that that's 100,000, but we didn't do it. It wasn't used last year. So I guess I'm questioning this $107,000, whether that's the total amount or whether there's something left over. So I don't know if that's up to Adam to try to find or whatever. But my second one is, I really do feel that it is worth going forward. I do believe that if we can make it work, that it's behooves us to do so, because it's not just Grants Pass High School, it's also North Valley High School, Hidden Valley High School. I mean, there's a lot of kids on swim team in our community, and that is a big, important activity. And there's a lot of, we have a river in our town, so I think it's really important that we have something, if at all possible. So I think you're right, the heat exchanger is huge. I think we crank that up as quick as possible and see what it means if that's a possibility. I will also say that solar heat in our community is something that might be able to be patched through, to look at, because that's personally how we have one, and it heats it up really fast come May. Maybe not so much early as April, but it does definitely make a difference.
DJ.
One thing I'd just quickly like to add is we can't assess the condition of the heat exchanger with the pool not being cleaned and filled. So there'll be a little bit of work before we know exactly the condition of that. And I think if we opened it during the normal, well, again, given that we could limp it along, during June through August, it's warmer months, so if we open it early, we're gonna have a little more strain on that, or kids are just gonna have to be tougher, wear wetsuits or something like that.
DJ?
Yeah, so building on that comment just briefly, we can operate a pool without a heat exchanger, and if they really want a pool, then they can just get in there and do it. But I would like to propose that we operate this year, starting in that 4 to 5-ish time frame. If it takes a little longer, that's okay, as long as we can comfortably operate that pool with formulation of a task force and iron out those details. And so in the meantime, we have an operating pool, but we're fast after what we need to do in regards to the Caveman Pool, and at the very least, we're getting one more year out of it. That's what I would propose to council.
Rob, then Brian.
I think I'm in total agreement with DJ, but just to be triply sure, when you have the Caveman Pool budget, right? So the bottom line to run that pool this year, the estimates, I understand, they're estimates because there was unknowns, but the bottom line is roughly $17,000 to $25,000 a month, and at the end of the year, we're not sure if we're going to be slightly in the black or slightly in the red, but it's close. Is that accurate or no?
That's correct, and it's also a decision on whether we just do the minimum, which would be replacing those lifeguard chairs, or if you wanted to see a new diving board and slide installed. So the YMCA indicated that they don't need the diving board or slide, that if we just get those lifeguard chairs, then they can make it happen.
I also want to add to that, Rob, if I could. The numbers that you see in front of you, I think, represent a normal operating year. If you're wanting us to start operating as soon as possible, say 1st of April, you're going to have to almost double that cost. We'd be operating April, May. Well, you'd have to add some additional costs, at least 2 months of operating and unknowns. So that number will be larger for us to open it early than what you see now.
Well, what I don't understand about that is, from what I think, I'm not sure what slide or where it was from, but then they say typically in a typical year, the YMCA gave us money back at the end of the season. In other words, admissions were more than covering the usage. Is that not correct? Typical year, they said it was a really small amount, but the YMCA was kicking us money back because they were charging admission. Right?
I would want to have those numbers in front of me.
Well,
to be able
we
to
have them in
answer
front
you
of us. There
appropriately.
were somewhere here today. No? I mean, I saw them somewhere in the packet.
My understanding is that's more than the YMCA's costs. Is that, so that doesn't include the cost of water and maintenance to the facilities? It's just paying for the lifeguards to keep the pool open?
Okay.
Yes, I'm seeing nods.
Yes, that's correct. It's just covering their own expenses for their lifeguards and their staff that cover the front counter and that portion of it. So it's pretty much a break even that they're able to open it to the public, but we perform all of the maintenance.
So essentially, we're operating at about $100,000 a year loss on the pool compared to revenues.
So getting back to my initial question and Valerie's follow-up, last year's operating expense budget, how much of that is intact? Meaning that if we open for twice as long this year, at the end of this year, we shouldn't really be any further behind than we would have been if we have last year's operating budget to use, right? We'd be opening twice as long this year and have 2 years' worth of operating budget to put towards it, no?
So we definitely did recognize some savings last year with the COVID pandemic keeping the pool shut down. Because of the way that the summer months cross fiscal years, there's a bit of it's hard to analyze those numbers perfectly on a pool season. We did have some savings, and I think part of what Aaron mentioned as well is that in budgeting for a normal pool season, we only budgeted for a normal pool season. So we may have additional revenues, we may have saved money, but we didn't budget for that. So we would need to possibly, toward the end of the year, say, we didn't quite budget enough for a longer pool season. We have the funds, but they're not in the budget yet. We might have to do a budget adjustment for those. So it's a timing technical budget issue, which is different than the net impact of the, being in the black or in the red.
Okay, so last year the pool was open for how long?
So like Adam was saying, it was kind of tough because you've got the 1 month for last year that it was actually closed that was part of the prior year's operating budget. And so every budget is about 2 months of 1 year and 1 month of the next year. So while there was savings, it doesn't stay in this budget. Every year it's a new operating budget, so any savings that we saw in general fund went back to general fund. Maybe Adam can answer it in a way that's more.
Thank you.
I think, would it be helpful, it sounds like the council is interested in pursuing opening it this summer. And let's put it on our March 17th business meeting, and we could have staff come back to us with some more specifics about numbers, perhaps any updated information about the heat exchanger. Would that be helpful, Brian?
Well, I just don't know if they can get that heat exchanger info by that. I think that's too fast for them.
I agree. I'm saying they may be able to, but
Yeah, so
Aaron?
ultimately what I'm looking for potentially for some guidance is, do you want us to open it for the summer, yes or no? And then does the summer, for the season, skip summer. Do you want us open for the season? And please define the season. Is it as soon as we can get it going? Or is it our normal season starting in June?
And I think I'm hearing that we have some questions about the money, so that's why I'm proposing if we put it on the 17th. I think there is strong interest in opening it this year, but we need to get some more detail about the numbers before anyone. Rick and then Valerie?
So Wendy, on one page, I wonder when you bring this back to us, you indicated the contract with YMCA to cover expenses and administration fees. The funds exceeded the cost of the city by $1,200. If you could get that with an early opening, what it would look like also, because I could see they would be collecting fees while they're during the early opening. Does that break even or what it would be? And that would be for the future presentation.
That would be another analysis, but one thing to keep in mind is there's going to be a limited capacity. So, you know, what that looks like revenue-wise is probably going to be a lot less than a normal operating season. So I don't even know for sure that they could cover their costs through admission. So it's something that if the council directs us to try to get this open early, we're going to need to have some more conversations with the YMCA and see what level of participation, what that contract would look like.
Yes, that's what my question was, is what will their level of participation take like? And also swim team. I do believe, and I think I talked to a mom on the swim team, they pay money, as does the district, to have the swimmers use the Y. So is there money that will be transferred from that agreement towards having the pool at the city used? I think those are the sorts of questions that I want to know, is what comes along with that. What sort of support would we get from the school district monetarily, and what kind of support could we expect from the Y?
Just looking at the timeline, I'm not sure, you know, maybe May may be about the earliest, you know, that we would be feasibly looking at if we have to do any repairs and get things cleaned up. So we'll see. But I mean, as a matter of practicality, our weather in the spring is not particularly conducive to swimming. I don't see a lot of young children taking advantage of the pool on an April afternoon. But maybe extending it into the fall may make some sense for weekends or something, if that was a possibility. Susan?
And so I did want to add that you had asked about early opening, which we haven't discussed, but our committee is very much in support of getting the pool open, I think whenever it can be. We really want children to have swimming lessons, and like Valerie mentioned, on a river town, you know, we do find this pool to be a very important part of our community. So we're fully behind getting it open for however long we can have it. So I wanted to make sure that was clear, that we've certainly discussed the pool a lot, and we really would love to have it open. We just hadn't discussed early opening.
DJ?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you for that, Susan. I'm hearing that the YMCA, they're privy to the people that want to use the pool. They're highly motivated to get it open as soon as possible. Parks Advisory, they're privy, they're motivated to get it as soon as possible. Me personally, given the COVID environment, the lack of the pool at the YMCA, everything considered, I would be motivated to get this pool as open as reasonably possible. What you're proposing isn't way out there, but you know, whatever it is that we can do to make this pool operating this year as soon as possible, I believe is the ask, and what I want to promote that.
Rob?
Yeah, I echo that, DJ. Everyone in the room wants the pool open. So now the question is, one way or another, for how long, unless the costs are exorbitant. So what I'd like to see is, what I'd like to see, I guess, from staff is a breakdown of what it would be during the normal summer season, as far as what it costs to get that pool running during our projected cost, best estimate for this year, what it would get, and then best estimate for any early months that we could potentially have it open. What would that cost our city? Two ways. One way is normal summer season, the other way is any additional months, if we could do it earlier. That's all for now. Thanks.
Joel?
So it looks like we just need to schedule it as an agenda item with those two options with staff work shown to us at that meeting and perhaps some future discussions between now and then with that being on the agenda with the why, so that the council then can provide firm direction at that meeting.
Brian? No? Rob?
So one other piece of information too, because I have no idea, I don't know if anybody in this room does, maybe Wendy does. When you say, you know, if let's just say we had COVID restrictions through the summer, that would be another piece of information that I would like to know as far as what does that mean for the level of participation and what that could do to potentially the cost of covering lifeguards and so forth if participation, because I don't know what legally are the restrictions of COVID, you know, COVID restrictions for a pool. What level of participation will it be allowed?
Joel?
And also we need input from the Parks Committee before we have that agenda. So if we could somehow get that, that would be great.
Vanessa?
I wanted to answer your question, Councillor Pell. According to coronavirus.oregon.gov, under extreme risk, outdoor pools allow for a maximum of 50 people. And that's under extreme risk right now. So anything lessened, of course, I can imagine would be more folks.
So Wendy, can you tell us typically how many people normally would use the pool at one time? Or maybe Susan?
Let's talk about this more at a future meeting, okay? We're starting to get into having her come up with stats on the spot that she's not prepared for.
So Mayor, if I could
Exactly.
just clarify
Exactly.
the direction, so I know where we're going. Right now, I've got, we mentioned that March 17th had come back to council with some information. That's at a regular business meeting. We would have normal season operation costs and projected early month operation costs to take a look at, COVID restrictions defined. And I also heard a comment by a counselor that Parks Commission would review in advance, and that might change the schedule when we bring it to you. If that's all that council wants to do, then we'll make sure that that happens.
Yeah, we need to talk about the task force. But I think for the purposes of opening the pool, it sounds like that's a good presentation.
Okay.
Vanessa?
I'm sorry, Aaron, can you please repeat what you just said?
Certainly.
The list of asks.
That we'll be reporting back to you after the Parks Committee has had a chance to review. We'll establish a time. It was originally tentative for March 17th, but I'm not sure what the Parks Commission meeting's sitting at. So after Parks Commission has had an opportunity to review what you've requested, which is normal season operations and early month costs associated with that, and what we believe will be the cost if we know anything more about the heat exchanger and stuff like that.
I think that we've heard from the Parks Commission that they are interested in having the pool open this summer. Is there really a need to have them
That's your desire.
review
You
this
can-
in the interim? Anybody?
So the Parks Commission meets, let me take a look here. Parks Advisory meets a week from this Thursday on the 11th.
We do, Joel, and we have a really full agenda right now.
Okay.
We could bring it up under the staff and committee, just, if we just want a quick check-in, we could do that. We probably can't get it as an agenda item for this month.
Okay.
Okay.
Counselor, in my opinion, the Parks Advisory Committee has already provided you a recommendation to get it open.
True.
And so it's at your point right now to discuss those items, and bringing it back to them to filter through the information that you've requested seems redundant because they've already recommended to get it open.
I agree.
That's where I'm at as well.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, and we need to have a discussion here about the parks, about the pool task force.
If I could start on that just briefly.
Yep.
Most of our advisory committees, and we have at least 11, fall under community development. And I know right now community development's bandwidth is already pretty much maxed out. They didn't really state it in the presentation, but I'm going to speak up for them. I don't know if we have the bandwidth to create another task force that is going to fall under CD. So my recommendation, if council may consider and the Parks Advisory Committee may consider, is that you charge the Parks Advisory Committee to handle the pool and explore the pool options, and or we somehow have a specific time frame each meeting of the Parks Advisory Committee that they bring on, if you want to bring on some additional individuals within the community, sort of like you adjourn as a city council and you reconvene as a urban renewal agency to do your work, and then you convene back as city council. Just that step alone would save us an additional meeting date, additional different types of minutes, different additional coordination between different groups of people, which does actually create a lot of time and follow-up on staff. And I do have concerns about staff, especially in the Parks Department and their bandwidth.
Thank you. I think council has some discussion about what they're looking for in terms of this task force as well. So let's open it up to that. Brian?
Yeah, could you go to the pool task force slide? I think it's just a couple down there, maybe. Maybe one more, yeah. So for the expectations, pool infrastructure, I mean, assess condition of the existing pool. I think we're pretty much all realize the existing pool is done. I don't know if we need to waste our time to do any more assessment of the existing pool. So, you know, I'm just trying to narrow the scope of the task force here, so hopefully we can streamline it and give them some good focus. What I see as the real goal of a task force is maybe determining if there is a better location for the pool. I think that's kind of the question that's been floating out there is there a better location for the community pool to be? And if so, bring it forward. So that's kind of what my hopes are for the task force, is to see if there's a better location, and to not get them in the weeds with things that maybe they don't necessarily need to be getting into.
Rick?
Looking at that list, I'd be in favor of the Parks Committee to have, if it's appropriate, for them to take on the initial discussions with the YMCA, if you're short on time. And I see I don't know if that helps or doesn't help.
Well, staff would be the one coordinating with the YMCA, but in doing that information, so.
I guess what are, you know, we did decide, or we indicated a preference anyway during strategic planning to do a Caveman Pool task force, but we didn't have an extensive discussion. So what are your goals for that, and could that be accomplished either through the council, through the Parks Committee? Do we need a new body to consider these things? What are you looking for? Valerie?
Well, I'm going to go back just to clarify with Aaron as to what I think I heard him saying, is that you're saying that you think that if our best bet is to have the Parks Committee maybe bring on some more members and have a back-to-back meeting, and once you have the subcommittee of the people on Parks, at the end of their meeting, bring in some more people from the community and talk about it at that point. So you're not trying to coordinating a whole different time frame. So would it be my understanding that the last suggestion on the call to action, if you go to the call to action, the very last slide at the bottom, where it says task the Parks Advisory Council to form subcommittee with up to 5 other citizen members. Is that what you were recommending, and just piggyback it on to their current meeting?
Yeah, that's pretty close to it, unless you think the Parks Advisory Committee can handle it on its own, depending on what your vision is for makeup of an actual pool task force. I'm just trying to make it as simple as possible for park staff right now and the amount of work.
And I understand that, but I do think that there are a few people we could bring on from the community that has specialized in swimming and swim team and, you know, knowing more about pool and what would be a good thing for the community. So I would like to see a subcommittee with a few people brought in from the community to deal with that.
So pool, you would add pool stakeholders to?
Yes, pool stakeholders.
Rob?
Yeah, I would agree 100% with Valerie on adding people that may be interested. And then I have a question. So we had discussed, or it's been discussed, of using urban renewal funds for potentially a new pool. So are there any locations in the city where that would be completely off limits as far as being able to use urban renewal funds for the pool?
Yeah, the urban renewal funds would be able to be used only in the urban renewal area, which is pretty much the up and down 6th and 7th Street corridor and east and west of the highway corridor.
Now, I understand that, but there was also talk about adjusting the urban renewal area to be able to include, say, the high school, so the funds could be used. So my point is, if it can be adjusted to use those funds at the high school, is there any area in the city that it could not be adjusted to include?
Oh, I see. You can, the only limitation would be the actual amount of acreage that you bring in and how far it takes for you to cherry stem or get to that spot if it's not truly contiguous.
So what I understand then is, I think I completely agree with what Brian was saying earlier, is that I think we're all in agreement that the current pool is toast. If we can get it to limp along, great. Nobody's interested in spending millions on this particular pool. So the only question really is the location of where we might want a new pool. And it could be anywhere in the city if someone chose to. If the task force made that recommendation, it could potentially go anywhere.
As long as we have, yeah, as long as it doesn't exceed the acreage for us to get there and to annex it.
So do we have to now, if we're going to decide on, okay, task force is Parks Committee +3 or whatever it is, do we have to also now give them their marching orders or whatever terminology that is? Do we have to tell them what it is we're looking for, or is that 2 parts, or is it today?
Well, ultimately, before we form the task force and get inquiry or add additional people to Parks Advisory for this time, we really do need exactly what you're looking for. Usually, we create it through a resolution, and it provides the charges for that task force.
Do we need more time to think about it and we'll come back at it another day for the task force, or does, Rob?
I'm ready to decide today that I'd like to add probably 3 people to the task force, and I'd like to have them, their goal to be looking at potential locations for the pool that obviously includes the current location.
Do you want to specify an outdoor pool?
Yeah, totally an outdoor pool. My understanding is one's about 5 million, the other's about 25 million. So I'm looking at an outdoor pool, yeah.
I mean, I think that's one of the things for you guys to discuss is, are you going to open this wide to a very wide scope where people look at what our, pool hopes and dreams are for the, for the community? Are we speaking specifically about an outdoor pool? We've mentioned here discussing whether that's the appropriate location or whether there's a better location, but I mean, I think you need to specify what you're looking for. And so if you're ready to do that today, we can do it today. And if you're not ready, we need to pick a different day. But I would like us to move along one way or the other. Brian?
Yeah, I'll just say I'm in agreement with Rob. I don't particularly think it would be useful to open it up to hopes and dreams, because if we go there, I would want a $25 million aquatics facility too. but we're working with pool realities, and so I'm in agreement with, a $5 million outdoor pool at a location yet to be determined.
Outdoor pool and location only is what I've heard so far, is just looking at the best location for a pool. Are there other ideas?
Well, I think you have to open up a little bit as to whether, because there's been talk about like putting a bubble over to extend the amount of time that it's being used. I mean, there are some parameters. I think the key is we don't want a full-blown aquatic center. We'll leave that to Medford. They can spend their $60 million on an aquatic center. We want a functioning pool that can get the most use out in a season. I don't know. I think you have to open it up a little bit. I don't think you can, I don't know exactly where that is. I think the first thing is the location and the wants monetarily with a budget.
All right, we've heard stakeholders. Do you want to assign, do you want it counselors? Do you want pool committee members? Do you want it, how many people are going to be on this?
I think we need to trust the parks to a certain extent. I believe in, adding 3 more people. I think that's what we kind of said, or 3 to 5 more people to the park subcommittee, have them form a subcommittee, and then let them kind of go with it. That's more their specialty than it is mine.
All right, a subcommittee of Parks Committee members along with 3 pool-specific stakeholders. Are we going to specify how many Parks Committee members?
It might be best, I think it'd be best for us if we could just have it as part of the Parks Advisory Committee. I'll somehow figure out how we're going to word it to where these individuals are included and added. Maybe it's the first thing they do on the agenda or whatever, but if you want to use the whole Parks Advisory Committee plus 3, then we could just do that.
Yes? Okay, Parks plus 3, and the task is to look at locations for an outdoor pool and maybe determine some wants within reason. Yes?
Sir.
Brian?
So I have a question about the location piece, because ultimately what this task force or subcommittee is going to have to do if they're looking at other locations is they're going to have to lean on staff to be able to identify viable locations. I mean, they could go out and say, oh, what about this piece of land or that piece of land? But ultimately it's just going to come down to staff, vetting and verifying these options. So I'm not against the task force. It just seems a little redundant, like it's a step that staff could just do and bring to us, and we don't, it just seems like something that's slowing down the process unnecessarily, that I don't know if it needs to happen or not.
All right,
Sarah?
Yeah, Joel.
The other thing I think, and whether the council requests it or not, it's probably in the interest of the committee to give interim reports back to the council. So like when we come up with viable alternatives or alternatives not considered, and it's all finalized, or not finalized, but all ready to go forward, that the council get intermediate reports so we don't get to the end and have surprises to the council, and we go from there, so that there would be some intermediate communications.
Susan?
So we've talked on the Parks Committee for 2 years about the pool. Well, the 2 years I've been on the Parks Committee. I think the discussion's longer than that. We've talked about different locations. We've talked about an indoor aquatic center. So we've had discussions on much of this already. So some of it is sounding rather redundant. I don't know if we start our discussions over again, but I will tell you that the committee was leaning toward replacing the pool where it is. The kind of pool we have where it is, partly because we feel that's what our community would be willing to pay for. When we talked about anything anywhere else, the costs just got very large very quickly, and we know that that's a really tough thing in our community, is to get funding for something different. when we were going to survey the community, which was kind of the next step we were ready to take, was some kind of surveying of the public. What we were wanting was to make sure the costs are right next to every choice, because we don't want our citizens to decide, you know, oh, this is a lovely aquatic center. Well, but you have to pay for it. You know, you can choose that, but you have to then fund it. So we wanted to, and it was going to be a long, drawn-out process to get exact amounts. And then Laura brought the idea to us that the urban renewal dollars could replace the pool where it is. And we were very excited about that. I mean, that seemed like, okay, that gives our community a pool. It's the pool we've had. No, it's not a big improvement, but that's where the committee kind of signed on. So our last signing on was to using urban renewal dollars to replace the pool we have where it is. So after years of discussion, we were pretty satisfied with that option when Laura brought it to us. So I just want you to know that, you know, it's not brand new discussions for us, and some have been done, and I could say that that was our committee preference. That was without extra stakeholders, but we've been hearing from the public on again, off again during the years. Okay.
Thank you. Rob?
Yeah, I think Brian has a really good point. I think when the task force was, when you distill down what a task force would give us, it's still going to come down to locations that staff essentially has investigated, locations that essentially staff has brought to council, and it's going to be up to council to decide the pros and cons of what staff has basically, the research staff has done. So when it comes time to actually building a pool, length and so forth, then obviously stakeholders and people who are knowledgeable about swim teams and the needs of swim teams and things like that, then council would want their input when it comes down to the specific design of the pool. But as far as the location goes, I think it's really going to come down to a staff report, presenting it to the council, and the council deciding. So I would agree with Brian that for that, I don't really see, as much as I originally liked the idea of the task force, I think it might just be, in a certain sense, using time where we don't need to use it.
I think personally, I don't know if we need to look for a different location. If any of you want to advocate for that, I'm open to it, but I think maybe more what we need to look for is what we would want out of a pool, kind of a needs assessment of what a swim team needs and what little kids need, and something like that, rather than looking for a new location. But if there's a reason why somebody feels like that location is not going to meet our needs, we could open it up to looking for a location. Valerie?
I'm just going to agree with you and Rob that I think right at this point the critical thing is the needs assessment, because what I've kind of heard is, like you said, swim team. What do they need? And they're not asking for much, because I've talked to several people in the swim team, and I think they were excited, as you talked about being in the same location. They just wanted a few modifications. And it's kind of the same thing as to what, so I think maybe if we just had the parks invite in several stakeholders and say, what is it that you'd like to see, to kind of get a feel for it, and then afterwards we make a decision. Maybe we don't need to do the task force until after, you know, for the design phase or whatever, but I'm kind of starting to think the same thing, that basically we just want to kind of get an idea of what do the people out there need and see that they would, if they could add on something to that, would it fit on that location, and then make a decision if we needed to go any further.
All right, Rob?
So the only reason I was talking about location is that I guess half the counselors that are still up here, that's kind of what you guys decided last year, was that before you wanted to add potentially or change the urban renewal area to include the current location, you wanted to look at locations. That's as I remember in the meetings from last year. Is that accurate? Yep. So that's the only reason. If the current council is okay with the current location, I mean, that's okay, but that's where the discussion was left. I'm not necessarily tied to that, but because I think I like that location because it's very centrally located. But we could also look at if staff came up with a better location, that might be reasonable. But that is the way it was left.
So do you still want them to look at locations?
Being on a previous council, I know myself personally, the only thing that made me think that we might need to look to another location was when we started talking about, well, they might want it a little bit longer, or because I don't know exactly how much space there is that belongs to the city that we have to work with. So, you know, personally, I'd rather keep it where it's at, and that's my own personal. I'm not speaking for last time's council. I always have felt that way. But I do also want to be knowing how big swim team is here, and knowing, I want it to be at a high school location, because to me that makes sense. But I do want to know what their needs are, and if we can do what they want us to do on that site.
Joel?
So what I heard the chairman of the committee say was they've already looked at location, and they came to a unanimous recommendation that it stay on its present site. And I guess they could regurgitate that, or the word she used was recirculate that question if we wanted to. And if there's a need to, we should do that. I haven't heard that need. What I heard was it was much more expensive in other locations, and the political acceptability of that was somewhat questionable. And then on either case, regardless of location, that we need to look at the specifications. That's what I heard.
You know, one idea is, instead of an ongoing task force, we could have a public forum on this topic and ask people in general what they're interested in. Rob?
Yeah, that might be a good and expeditious way to handle it. I guess, for me, I would just like to know that whatever swim team needs are, can they be achieved at the current location with a new pool? If it can be, so whoever it is that would be in a position of authority to be able to tell us that, I'd like to hear from them, and whatever, if that's in a public forum, that could be really expeditious. One public forum could potentially let us move forward.
Brian?
I do like the idea of a public forum because it doesn't limit the stakeholder group. It lets anyone in the community speak about what they feel they would like to see in the community pool. So I do really like that idea. And I would also just say, not as an expert per se, but as someone that was on swim team for many years in that exact pool, I don't think the needs of a swim team are that elaborate. I think they need a particular rectangle of water that they can swim laps in. So I don't know that they're going to tell us that they need all these things that aren't already considered for your standard pool. I do value their input, and I do want to know what the community thinks, but I don't think that the swim team stakeholders are going to come out and tell us anything that's surprising.
I don't expect them to surprise us, but they may have very different needs than what the mother of a 5-year-old is interested in, so it's just good to keep those in mind. Rob?
Yeah, and I'd also maybe like to hear from, whether it's the public or the Parks Committee, we talked about a bubble, or Valerie briefly mentioned a bubble. I do know that the swim team in one of the high schools in Eugene practices outside all winter without a bubble, so I know that's doable. But also, I mean, to me, one of the beauties of that pool is that it's outdoors for kids in the summer. They actually get, and there are actually maybe less COVID restrictions for all I know. But, so I like the idea of an outdoor pool, especially if it can be used in the winter for lap swimming, and I know that they do that in Eugene.
All right, where do we want to go with this? Public forum, Valerie's saying? Do I have support for a public forum? I'm seeing Rick, Valerie, Vanessa, Rob, Brian, Joel. All right, let's start there. Brian?
Do you think we should get a little bit of a temperature as far as that location question, because it's kind of been floated, but I don't know that we've necessarily heard from everybody on their opinions, and that might be good just to kind of keep this moving.
I've heard needs and location are kind of open, that we're open to considering other locations if it meets the needs for an outdoor pool. Joel?
So what I was thinking is that we would charge the committee, including the additional members, to confirm the existing location or not, and to then look at the needs and to coordinate their process so that the public forum is in a timely manner with the decision-making for the recommendation of the committee and the council.
Okay, so you're thinking of still doing the task force, but having the public forum be kind of under their purview?
If they don't manage the forum, then at least have the timelines coordinated so that the committee doesn't come up with an answer before the forum. That would not be appropriate, or that the forum is timely so that the committee has access to it to make their recommendations.
Okay, is there council support for a task force, which would be the Parks Committee plus 3 stakeholders? Raise your hand. I'm seeing Vanessa and Rick and DJ and Joel, and that made 4, so we'll go forward with that as well. All right, we're a full hour behind of where I had hoped to be, but we are making progress. So pickleball is up next.
So the subject of today's discussion will cover the 2020 Memorandum of Understanding that was developed between the Grants Pass Community Tennis Association and Rogue Pickleball Club, and the impact of their recommendations through this agreement on parks facilities. Relationship to council goals is to maintain, operate, and expand our infrastructure to meet community needs and ensuring that our park infrastructure needs are adequate to serve the community. So pickleball is a very fast-growing sport. We've got a lot of passionate players in our area, and due to this popularity, many parks throughout the United States have added pickleball facilities to their parks. Several years ago, pickleball club volunteers requested the city allow them to stripe tennis courts for multi-use, so either tennis or pickleball on existing tennis courts, and the city did agree. There's currently 4 parks that have courts that are striped for multi-use: Lawn Ridge, Morrison, Westholm, and Redwood. In 2016, 3 new dedicated pickleball courts were installed at Fruitdale. So over the past couple of years, there's been lots of conversations about increasing the number of facilities to meet the demand. There's also been some negative impacts to residents near neighborhood parks that have multi-use courts. And the courts at Lawn Ridge Park and Reinhardt Volunteer Park were identified as top priorities by the Parks Advisory Committee on the significant repair replace list. So all of our acrylic surfaced courts throughout our park system, including basketball, are all in need of attention. They're well past their 5 to 7 years of resurfacing needs, the only exception to that being the newer courts at Fruitdale Park. So in September 2020, the Grants Pass Community Tennis Association and the Rogue Pickleball Club provided the city a memorandum of understanding. Their intent was to provide a plan in the hope that the city would agree to designate certain courts to reduce the multi-user conflicts and expand pickleball court facilities. This MOU was presented in September, and the PAC made a motion to approve the MOU and also to add language that was not in the MOU, that Lawn Ridge should be dedicated to pickleball and Westholm dedicated to tennis. On September 14th, our former CD director presented the MOU at a council workshop along with the PAC recommendation, and the agreement that I believe you have as well designates pickleball courts at Redwood, Reinhardt, Fruitdale, and then also tennis courts would continue to be designated at Eckstein, Gilbert Creek, and then Morrison would be converted back to tennis, not multi-use. And like I said, there's 2 facilities that were not included in the MOU, but were recommended by the PAC to be changed to the following. So Lawn Ridge changed from multi-use to dedicated pickleball, and Westholm changed back to tennis. So the results of these changes would be 10 tennis courts and 16 to 19 pickleball courts, depending on what the decision is for a couple of parks that could have some options. And I'll get into that just a little bit. And at that workshop, council expressed a concern that the redevelopment of Lawn Ridge courts versus resurfacing might be considered a new capital project. And council also discussed waiting to see what came out of your recent 2021 strategic planning. And out of that, as you know, developing a public facility management plan, which does include park courts, emerged as a 3-star priority. So starting with Lawn Ridge Park, this is just an aerial shot as it exists. This is the condition of the courts. One of the challenges was that I got a recommendation from our urban forester that the tree you see on the photo on the left had root intrusion into these surfaces, and he recommended that if we build a new court or do something with this park, that potentially that area, the pavement should be removed, which lended itself well to the idea of a pickleball court being there as opposed to keeping this as the larger tennis-sized court. So here's just a few concepts. The single pickleball court could just take up the same width as currently is being used for the multi-use, and then you would have a grass area behind that, which would alleviate the situation with the large sequoia tree there. Another idea was expanding to 2 pickleball courts and also alleviating that pavement near the tree. Another option, if council chose to do so, could be just keeping the pavement there and adding 2 pickleball courts in a different design. So staff with Reinhardt Park is recommending an alternative to the MOU. The MOU proposes to convert all tennis to pickleball, but while this is not a facility that is reserved by our clubs and teams, the general public does use these tennis courts on a very regular basis. So the options for Reinhardt alternatively could be something in the middle where we still leave a tennis court, but we convert some basketball courts that aren't used as frequently to pickleball, and I'll show you a couple of these plans, ideas. So per the MOU, all 3 tennis courts would be converted to pickleball, and this sketch just shows what 10 pickleball courts would look like in that space. Staff is recommending an alternative option. The 2 basketball courts in the center of the screen are less frequently used than the courts to the left. And then you could still convert 2 of the tennis courts and make 4 or 8 pickleball courts dedicated at Reinhardt. Future expansion could be in the horseshoe area. This is very lightly used area that takes up a lot of space. And horseshoes could potentially be moved to a different area of the park. So the revenue source for this work would be, again, through that LB 6189 existing parks and sports facility rehab and improvements. There is an alternative revenue source that is possible for the work at Reinhardt Volunteer Park that is in the urban renewal zoning. And if approved, those funds could come from that agency. And of course, staff. So I broke out just to give you an idea of, I talked to park professionals throughout the state, and overwhelmingly they said Banon Sports is really the primary contractor that does this very specific kind of acrylic resurfacing. There's companies that will come out and bid lower than them on occasion, but then you go to them for warranty work and they don't exist anymore. So they do offer co-op pricing, and they have quoted based on co-op pricing what the cost would be here. They did want to let you know that this is on the high end. The more courts we get done at the same time, you alleviate that mobilization and all of those extra costs. So they just did a project in Ashland. They've done projects all over the state. So Reinhardt, obviously a large area. The quotes, I should also say, include the basketball courts at these locations. So it's not just the pickleball or tennis areas. And the pickleball equipment is the posts and the nets. We do think we can have some savings in that area from what was quoted. There's a couple of different options if council does direct staff to proceed with getting some firm pricing on this. The condition at Westholm Park is there was some repairs made there, and the contractor wasn't sure about the materials. It's almost like some patchwork overlaid. So while they're happy to resurface that, they said they would not warranty it. And the range on Westholm is pretty wide, because if you just resurface the existing area as it is, it would be in the $26,000 range, all the way up to resurfacing the basketball and then tearing out and replacing with a pickleball court. I have gotten feedback from park professionals that pavement that is over 20 years old, if you have the funding, it's best to tear it out, because there's going to be, it's going to degrade and there might be issues. So you could put a fancy layer on the top, but it may end up cracking again. But I hesitate to bring quotes forward for providing new asphalt for all of our court locations. So at the end of all of this, we're looking in the mid 300,000 range to provide court surfacing and pickleball equipment per the MOU, and also adding in the staff recommendations for Reinhardt and Long Ridge. So the call to action date is at your discretion. You can move this to a council business meeting or action or consent. I can provide additional information if you choose. I know this is a lot in one day at a workshop. Instruct staff to proceed with co-op or RFP pricing for specific parks or all courts. Alternatives, adopt the MOU presented by resolution and proceed with changes. Acknowledge MOU as guide for resurfacing or conversions, and also adopt a resolution. Adopt PAC recommendations for dedicating Westholm to tennis and Long Ridge to pickleball. And then more for you to decide is Long Ridge Park courts. Resurface as is, reconstruct with 1 pickleball court, reconstruct with 2 pickleball courts, or resurvey the neighborhood with additional choices beyond pickleball. Additional alternatives for Reinhardt is the option provided by the MOU, which would be converting all tennis courts to pickleball. Option B, which is the sketch that staff put together, where you still retain 1 tennis court, but you have used the basketball courts, and pickleball would be in 2 of the tennis courts. Option C, convert to, oh, I'm sorry. I have so many options, I'm trying to keep up with this. Convert two basketball and 2 tennis courts, giving them the 8, or that option with the addition of adding 2 more pickleball courts in the horseshoe area, which would give them the 10 pickleball courts. So with all of that, looks like I am happy to answer questions, and Susan is here, and she knows a lot about this as well.
DJ?
I have 2 questions. So as far as dollar-wise goes, this is a potential to be 40-50% of that total deferred maintenance fund that we have. But application-wise, this resurfacing effort, what percentage does it make up of the deferred maintenance plan? Ballpark is fine. I mean, do you suppose that half of the deferred maintenance items that we have to take care of are resurfacing issues in tennis courts?
I wouldn't say it's that high of a percentage, but probably about a good third of it. And
Sure.
It was definitely a priority through the PAC. They wanted courts to be a priority.
Sure, okay. And then the other question would be, I know there was some controversy about Lawn Ridge and that survey and et cetera. Has there been another survey, or for that matter, really, any public input about what should we be doing here aside from, of course, Parks Advisory and the MOU we have here?
There has not been a new survey, but that is at your council's
Sure.
decision if you would like to
Yeah.
send that back out.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you.
So DJ, if I can, I'll add that the Parks Committee had sent forward a motion that became a little confusing. It got to you guys before it was supposed to come back to us. That was for the 2 pickleball courts side by side. That's the Parks Committee's preference, which is different from the staff preference I see up here today. But we're all for letting that tree be as healthy as possible, so get rid of the pavement back there. But then we felt the 2 side by sides would keep the user facility what it is now, which is 2 pickleball or 1 tennis. Okay, and the main input we'd gotten from the neighbors was not to put a dog park there. And then they were in favor of basketball and pickleball and tennis, and all the court uses they were very positive about. They just didn't want the dog park going in.
Sure, I recall. Thank you, Susan.
Joel, then Rob?
I was going to ask Susan on the, she addressed the Long Ridge Park courts to address the committee's position on the Reinhardt Volunteer Park courts.
So when Wendy sent this to me this morning, that was the first that I'd seen of the Reinhardt plan. I think that would be a great thing to bring to the Parks Council, so we could look at that plan and talk about the configurations. I have a little bit of input I would give there, just adapting what Wendy built, because we haven't seen that yet. We're in favor of the MOU. We appreciated that the 2 associations got together and talked about it, because our court use has really increased with the increase in pickleball interest. And the tennis players were not liking the multi-use courts. It's more confusing because now you have 2 sets of lines to look at. And so I think it started out okay, but the more pickleball use there became, it did take away from our tennis community. And so I'm glad that the 2 groups got together and put the MOU out there, which we saw as very acceptable and a great roadmap for us. Not a commitment to funding, just a roadmap for how to go forward with sharing the courts. And I think if we were going to do any changes to the MOU, I would certainly think, it could be accepted as a base, but then we would go back to those user groups to talk if we felt there was an issue with something specific. Joel, did that answer that?
Thank you.
Rob, then Vanessa, then Valerie.
So we have, I guess Reinhardt Park in some ways would be called maybe dual use, because it's also known as a regional park and it draws a lot of activity from out of the area. I know years ago, I was involved in a basketball tournament that drew a lot of people from out of the area to Reinhardt Park. And I'm just wondering if any of the facilities that we're talking about removing potentially, whether it be basketball courts or for that matter, and please don't laugh, even the horseshoe pits. Are there regional tournaments for that kind of thing that Reinhardt Park now attracts that we might be missing out on if we remove some of that?
There is a horseshoe tournament once a year at Reinhardt Park. Basketball is not used for, tournaments are not it's my understanding, they do not take place at Reinhardt.
And the pickleball club was hoping for a place where they could have tournaments. And so to have a cluster of courts at Reinhardt with parking and bathroom and everything that's available there, they saw that as a possible tournament site for pickleball.
Yeah, that's a great point, Susan. Thank you.
I'm not sure if this is a question for Susan or Wendy, but at the YMCA facility, their indoor facility, they're able to get multiple uses out of one court. They can use volleyball, basketball, indoor soccer. They're just able to adjust the lines. So why would we move in this direction? Why would we not leave these courts flexible for whoever wants to pick it up for that sport?
Should I go ahead? I think that was the idea at first when they got relined for pickleball, but it is distracting that way. Just trying to see the lines clearly as you're playing. Also, at this point, you have to have your own pickleball net. So every court is set up for tennis. The permanent net is tennis, except at Fruitdale. Those are the only permanent, dedicated pickleball courts. And so right now, our community can't just go to these parks and play pickleball unless you own your own net, or we have a couple lock boxes around that clubs have put there, and then members have the combination so you can get the net out and set up your pickleball court. So I would say one reason to change is to make it more available for the public. You don't have to be a club member to get a net and to play there. It would be more available. Plus, the games are different enough that, like, if you show up there to play pickleball and someone's playing tennis, you're going to have a very long wait, or you may. Whereas pickleball games are very short, and a lot of people can play. You often have 8 or 10 people in lawn chairs waiting for their turn on the pickleball courts, and that's okay because you can play through pretty quickly, whereas tennis has a whole different pacing. So if you're sharing the courts, it just changes a little if you show up and you're not sure which sport is going to be going on there that day. So I think it would better serve the public if we dedicated the courts that way.
Thank you.
My turn. Yeah, I was just going to say that one of the things that I really liked was that the pickleball and the tennis courts came together to work on that memorandum of understanding outside of us having to be the police. So I truly appreciated that. So when it comes back this time right now I realized that they kept the Reinhardt at 10 by just taking out a couple of basketball courts. Is that correct? Or does it decrease it? Is the one that you brought back today decrease the amount of pickleball courts at Reinhardt, or is it the same? It just is taken from the horseshoe and the basketball. Is that correct?
So per the MOU, they stated 8 to 10 pickleball courts could be installed where the current tennis exists.
Okay.
So using the 2 basketball and 2 of the tennis, we can at least meet that minimum of 8 that they're looking for. And then potentially in the future, or if council decides to do that, fund it sooner, we could expand to the 10 by using part of that horseshoe area.
Okay, and so that I would be kind of interested in going back and hearing the parks because of that. I mean, I know one of the things that they liked about having that 8 to 10 was for the tournaments, that tends to be, and I've heard that multiple times on my work with the Parks Committee, that there are a lot of people who travel for pickleball, and that would be a great resource for bringing, once again, tourism and bringing people in is for a pickleball tournament. If I'm correct, that was one of the pushes, was to try to keep there being enough courts to make it good for tournaments, correct?
Yes. And like just a quick look at this today made me wonder, and I don't want to be in the weeds here about the details because that's not what you're here for today, but I was thinking if we went back to, say, the 8 courts where the current tennis courts are, and if we're going to repave the basketball court anyway, put the tennis court there, that way you just don't have tennis next to pickleball, because even the balls going in the other courts, it's just different. There's a different attitude and different players. Or if the pickleball club was going to do a tournament, their 8 courts would all be in one area, and if somebody was playing tennis there that day, you know, the tennis court would be a little separated. So there's just details like that, that if we were going to redo it, I would bring it to the committee again, just for the details of the plan, not for how many courts, whether we should go forward with expanding courts or not,
And then my question was, is who was the one
refocusing.
who determined that the basketball courts were being used? Just parks people who were there, who were watching it, is that correct? So just an
That's
observation.
correct, yes. Observation, our offices are right next to this, so we see the usage every single day. And the 2 basketball courts that are farthest to the left are very heavily used.
Okay.
The ones, and I've asked for input from other staff that come to the park during the weekends as well. And while they do get used, those 2 in the middle, not as much as the basketball courts that don't show any kind of overlay on them.
Okay.
So it's just an idea for other options. I did reach out to Jack Davis, and I asked who kind of led the charge on the pickleball side for the MOU, and I said, have you considered maybe using the basketball courts instead of eliminating all tennis? And he said he kind of liked that idea, but he didn't have the answer for the whole club, and so I haven't heard back from him on that.
Okay.
And I think the Parks Committee loves having varied uses, you know, in as many neighborhoods as we can. So the idea of keeping some tennis available here, I think would go over really well, because it is a huge park, and why not have as many options, you know, for activities there as possible. And we would just love to see multi-uses for every, you know, quadrant of the city, kind of, so to have pickleball and tennis in all the parts of the city, as well as basketball and the other things too. So.
Okay, thank you. Don't forget the Northeast, I'm just saying. But I have another quick question on the Lawn Ridge. On the 2 pickleball courts, going from the single pickleball to the 2 pickleball courts, does that mean that we lose a couple more trees, or would that be compatible with the trees that are there? I know we were trying to protect the big tree and its roots, but what does that do to the other trees?
So if you chose the option that was in the middle, the 2 pickleball courts side by side, those 2 smaller trees would definitely need to be removed. Unfortunately, there's some issues with those trees anyway. If you look at the structure of them, they're not going to be long-term. More the one to the north and the one that's outside of the pickleball area, if you look at their structure, unfortunately, they're going to have to be removed at some point. They're going to become a safety hazard. They're not going to grow to their full potential. They've been evaluated by certified arborists and certainly our urban forester. And while it's not a thing we ever like to do, is to remove trees, their long-term health is not they're not going to continue to grow.
Okay, so basically they're going to be removed ultimately, so that isn't really you know, you can always plant trees too, so that's, you know, but those will not be long-term trees that will get up as big as the one that we're trying to protect down to the south, correct?
In particular, the one tree to this one right here has, and this one, these are the 2 that have the worst structural issues. This one may be able to survive, but the 3 of them didn't grow correctly from the start, and the attention wasn't paid to them to get their structure to a point where they would be such as this large tree to the south.
Brian, then Rick, then Rob, then Joel.
Thanks, Wendy. So on the option where they're on top of each other, those 2 courts, I see they're kind of centered in the current court. Is there an opportunity to maybe move those a little bit more street side in order to give those roots a little bit more room while still giving the pickleball players enough room to comfortably play?
That is certainly an option that we could look at.
Okay. And then I think that'd be good to look at, but on the Reinhardt diagram, I was looking at that one. And when you toggle between that and the staff recommended one on this one, it looks like you can fit 6 pickleball courts on 2 tennis courts on the previous one, but on this one, you're only showing there's 4 pickleball courts on the 2 tennis courts. So could we fit 2 more pickleball courts on there? Or I'm just wondering why there's 6 on one and 4 on the other.
We actually did look at that, and the result was you were right up next to the tennis court without allowing any room for overlap. So based on just staff using the measurements that were necessary, because I tried to fit them in there. It just made it so that the people playing pickleball and the people playing tennis would just interfere with each other. So it was just a little too much to try to squish in 6.
Thanks.
Rick?
Wendy, on continuation on Reinhardt Park, on that 4 conversion on the basketball court, again, different configuration. Can you move those 4 to the south and put 2 on the northern end? Would that work? Have 4 vertical and 2 horizontal?
So to clarify, you're thinking of this kind of option like is on the tennis court inside the basketball area? Is that what you're?
On the north end of those 4?
So Rick, one thing Wendy and I have learned is all courts go north and south.
The which?
All courts have to go north and south, apparently. We've learned that through this work.
Okay.
Because we had one, we were doing Lawn Ridge with the courts going east and west, and we heard that, no,
Okay.
you can't do that.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay.
Answer my question, bye.
Is that true for tennis as well? Okay.
Because of the sun up there. Yeah. And I played tennis and pickleball, and I never realized every court I played on was north and south, but it has been.
It's the feng shui of tennis. Rob and then Joel.
So Wendy, we're creating this plan, and then what's the, how long do you anticipate it being implemented? Because I'm sure all the existing courts are not the same ages. They don't all need to be repaved at the same time. So are we looking at possibly breaking this up or doing it all in a short period of time?
That's certainly up to council, or we could go back, if you'd like the PAC to split it up into a phased plan. All of the courts need the resurfacing. Well, let me clarify. Redwood Park is currently just asphalt. There's no acrylic on it. So in order to meet what the plan is asking for, that would be acrylic. But
There's an economy of scale that it would be the biggest return on your investment if you did them all at once. We would recognize the most cost savings with the contractor if we did that.
the contractor did note, the mobilization is really big on this. So same idea as a lot of projects. The more courts we can get done now, the better the cost that we're going to receive. And we do have the funding in LB 6189 to proceed with all of these courts if council chooses to go that direction.
Can I jump in one more time? The Tennis Association has contributed quite a bit to Gilbert Creek over the years, so I just wanted to talk about that partnership too. I think they paid for the last repaving at Gilbert Creek, the Tennis Association. Okay.
That was before my time.
Okay, I think they got grants and they really helped develop the tennis courts at Gilbert Creek. So I wanted you to know that that user group has been very involved. And we currently have pickleball monies that have been offered. It doesn't make a dent in this total cost, but like to help pay for some nets. There's been money donated to Lawn Ridge Park to help with the new lighting that would be needed. So you do have some community input from both of these user groups as well. They've offered to be part of it, though it's a very small part of the total cost.
Joel?
I just want to confirm what I heard, or what I thought I heard. A lot of energy in the room about pickleball courts and tennis courts, which is good. Under Reinhardt Volunteer Park, what I heard was the Parks Commission hasn't looked at those different options, though the chairman, using her professional judgment, thought option C which was the same as the staff option is my understanding, because it leaves both uses intact side by side, that would be workable, and it would result in the 8 pickleball courts at Reinhardt. Now, if I'm not hearing correctly, let me know. And then at Lawn Ridge Park, we have option B that is recommended by the staff, and option C, which is recommended by the Park Committee. And I don't know which one came first. Why did the staff recommend option B, and why did the committee recommend option C? And it's just because I don't know. Were there issues there, or was it time, or so why are those two recommendations different? I mean, there has to be valid reasons, I'm sure.
So the survey that was sent out to the neighborhood, the one pickleball court was the vote winner, but we realized after the survey went out that there were some issues with the survey. There perhaps wasn't enough choices. So the community surrounding that park had all the options the way that they'd like to see them. The other thing I can say about the one pickleball court option is we can continue to use the light stands as they are with one pickleball court. If we change that to the side-by-side, we will need new lighting, and that's an additional cost. We also have a lot of people that like to use just that open grass area. So there were results in the survey that said just don't interfere with our grass. Kids like to play ball out there. They just run around. It's a big open space. And then we've also heard more from Westholm, but from the neighborhoods, that multiple courts just can get very loud, and people are very passionate about their sport, but the nearby residents had some concerns about that.
Okay, and then the chairman, could you address that same question? So what the information they considered and why?
To the diagrams that were. So currently there's 2 pickleball courts lined on top of the 1 tennis court. So we were just seeing that we could continue the same usage if 2 pickleball courts go in there. At one point somebody from the council had brought up parking, but there's currently two courts there, and it's not a problem. So I didn't see that parking would change at all. And one plan that we had seen that's not up there right now, but it would include the same grass area that you see to the south of the 1 court would be to the south of the 2 courts, which offers a really nice grassy area also. And the possibility of having some picnic tables or something back there had been on one plan. There used to be a gazebo in this park that's not there anymore, and we thought that would be nice too, to put the seating back there, which could be done on either of those shortened courts. And so partly I think it was the keeping of the amount of usage space that's there now.
Okay.
Gilbert Creek is the best tennis facility in town, and it's in the same part of town as this. And so it would just give a couple pickleball courts to the northwest corner, separate from the tennis at Gilbert. But either one, it would become a dedicated use court, and that would be a positive. But I think we were just trying to keep the same amount of usage available. So 8 people could play there rather than 4 at one time.
Okay, thank you to both of you.
Any more questions? No? Any council discussion on what you'd like to see move forward here? Brian?
Yeah, with regards to Reinhardt, maybe it was Rob or Joel mentioned option C, which sounds like the most reasonable option that gives all the user groups the most possible use. So I would advocate, I guess, for option C for Reinhardt. And as far as Lawn Ridge goes, I think keeping the current use amount as far as courts go would be nice. And we have 2 options to do that for Lawn Ridge. Personally, I think it'd be better to have them stacked closer to the road to give a more contiguous grass area in the center of the park, but the other configurations seemed fine as well.
Vanessa?
I'm not ready to make a decision today.
Okay, we'll just, Valerie?
And I would like to just see the staff on Reinhardt go back through the parks. I don't think that, you know, it would make that much of a difference to just have them run it by one more time and take a look, since the staff came up with a new idea at Reinhardt. Not that they'll be there, but just to take a look at it and get some input from them.
Is there any further information anyone needs from staff before we address this issue again? Rick?
I don't know that I need more information. I guess I'm ready to move forward if other council members would like to.
All right, several people haven't weighed in, DJ, so we're trying to catch up on whether or not people need more information, what we're going to do about the...
I'm happy to weigh in. So
Okay.
I'm happy to weigh in. This is kind of a big decision. It involves our parks. It changes the nature of all of our parks. I'm pleased that there is a willingness to work together between these two organizations. You know, but is this the answer? I don't have that yet. I don't know yet. And we've been mulling this over since September last year, I believe. I don't have the answer. I'm not sure that this is the answer. I appreciated what you said, Susan, earlier about it's important that we kind of nurture these agreements and working together kind of in a ceremonious way, but rather than do we actually have to do what they're recommending? I guess no. I do appreciate some of the recommendations that are coming forward and sort of changing these things, but that being said, a very long-winded way of saying I'm not ready to move forward with this MOU yet.
Rick?
We have a change of season with warmer temperatures and activity coming upon us, and if we do want to move forward, it'd be nice that they would have the opportunity this season to use the courts appropriately. So I would hate for us to keep delaying this and delaying it. So I don't mind a 2-week delay or something like that, but if you start going longer than that, we're going to miss the season. So I would be in favor of still putting it on a fast track of some sort.
Joel? Valerie?
I'm ready to make a decision today too, but I respect those folks that say they need more time. But what I need to hear from the staff perspective is what more information do we need to make a decision so that they can have that for us in a timely manner and we can move forward. Because we don't want them guessing on what we need to make a decision, or is it just that we need to go and touch base with our constituents, which is very valid as well. So, we need to know what that is.
Sometimes it's just time, too. Just think about it a little. Valerie, did you have a question?
Well, I don't really have a question. The biggest thing, and it's not really, I don't want to hold it up for a long time either, because I agree with Rick. This is, timely. We've been waiting on it a year. I was really quite impressed with the memorandum of understanding and the agreement between the two. And I would venture to say, I would just like to have the Reinhardt go back for one last, send my blessings and have the parks approve the change the staff made at Reinhardt, is what I'd say, is to go ahead and just have that go through the parks, but knowing that, we need to move forward with the memorandum. I mean, I'd like to see it move forward. I'd also like to see 2 pickleball courts at Lawn Ridge, so I'm ready to say and make my decision on 2 pickleball courts at Lawn Ridge. I'm ready to move forward with the decision of the staff if they have the blessings of the Parks Committee on the change of the basketball courts.
Did you have something, Joel?
Mayor, you said something that was very valid and different people think different ways, and this has been a lot of information, and if we need more time to think about it, that's a valid reason as well, because not all of us think the same process. But we just need to know what we're doing.
Rob?
Yeah, I agree with Rick and Valerie. If we need more time, it shouldn't be a lot more time. We could probably make the decision today, but I'm just not, I mean, I could piece my way through this. I'm not 100% clear on the difference between the Parks Committee recommendation and the staff recommendation in all the different cases. But I guess if that was made even more clear to me, it would be a really easy thing to vote on. But I definitely wouldn't want to put this out more than, I don't see why it needs to be put out more than 2 more weeks.
Well, we have an awful lot on March 17th. I think I'm looking at April 7th, probably if we put it out for a business meeting. Vanessa?
I agree with your recommendation, Councillor Lovelace, on receiving input from the Parks Committee on the staff recommendation. And also before you stepped back into the room, Councillor Fazer, I had said the same thing. I'm not ready to make a decision today. I think it's important for us to understand that the budget for this would be about 1/3 of the budget for LB 6189. So I don't necessarily need more information from staff. You've done a wonderful job presenting this. It's just a lot of information to take in today, and I'd like some time to think about it.
Okay, well, I'm not hearing any specific action, and I'm hearing several other people mention they want to think about it a little bit, so we're going to move on for today. Rick?
If the Parks Committee is going to be meeting this next week, would it be possible to have their input back for our next regular scheduled council meeting?
Because our agenda has been built already, and it looks pretty full, we can add it to the end as a discussion item, not an action item, and see if we have time for it. We seem to run out of time every month. So that's why I'm just trying to be really upfront about whether we'd actually get to it or not.
And the reason for that is to keep it moving forward.
Yes, yeah, and we would love that too. And I just wanted to add that some of these court repaving items are on the priority list of the maintenance. This is not all new work. They are up there, but we would just need to know, are they being repaved as pickleball or tennis or multi-use, or what are they, so that we get it right as that project comes up, so as we move there. And I do have to run, but I appreciate all the time you've spent on all the parks today, so thank you.
Thank you for being here, too. All right, we'll just move on for today, I think. That wraps up our parks items. Let's take a 5-minute break before we talk about public safety. Welcome back. Right?
Oh, yeah, we were stoked about it too.
We're going to get started again here with our public safety funding discussion.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is a continuation of our conversation from 2 weeks ago about public safety funding. Specifically, it'll be line item R24 in your packet that breaks down the additional $227,000 in budget cuts from DPS. Today's subject and summary, again, is specifically to talk about line item R24, which is to reduce police response to certain calls. Relationship to your council goals is to enhance community safety. And then just to recap from February 16th's workshop, council directed an increase in the amount in R24 to $227,000. And that was the average between several councilors within that line item. Council also requested the additional budget cuts come directly from the police and support budget. And I thought it would be important just to give you a short recap on what exactly is included within the police bureau, specifically administration, community service, patrol, detectives, SWAT, auxiliary crime prevention, the rogue area drug enforcement team, traffic, and our community response team and cadets. And in our support bureau, that's made up of our records administration, our 911 communications administrators, records line staff, and 911 communications. I also provided in your packet a snapshot of the Excel spreadsheet to make it a little bit more easy for you guys to read. And as you can see there, R24 is underlined with that average amount from 7 counselors at 227,001. Adam did put the original Excel spreadsheet on this also, so I can pull it up as needed. But I did think it was important to break down exactly what I came up with, and also important to share with you that this was a difficult task with executive staff within public safety to come up with these numbers, and we certainly didn't come up with these numbers haphazardly. It's a very lean operating budget currently, and this, in my opinion, is definitely chopping away at the muscle within the operating budget. So I'll just kind of go through this really fast because I know we've been here for quite a while, and then I'll elaborate on some of it. Supply from our community center or from our communication center, that's just kind of made up of headsets and office supplies and things of that nature. Service equipment from the comm center, that's some of your bigger equipment service items like TAC channels, the uninterrupted power sources, UPSs, console replacements, and things of that nature. As much as I didn't want to go near our overtime budget, I was able to carve out about $10,000 from our record specialist overtime. I had that opportunity from a kind of management perspective because I do have on-call record specialists to assist, and that did leave a fairly decent size overtime rate for moving forward. We've spoke about this before, an easy location. I hate to say kick the can, but to save some dollars would be the computer replacement. So for record section, I was able to find some money there. The $17,000 number you see there was a line item within administration's budget for a contract worker, so we were able to remove that completely. Administration account for community policing work. The Everbridge $3,500 number you see there, that's emergency management. We don't have to pay that number anymore. That comes directly from emergency management, so I was able to remove that. Administrative training, I was able to take a small amount from that administrative budget. We do have quite a few administrators within Department of Public Safety, so I was able to cut that slightly. The administrators do have a better opportunity to do some more online type training, so that was one of the reasons for that reduction there. CSO computer replacement, $2,200. Range supply and weapons, I was able to cut that slightly. Our patrol drone program, we did want to try to build upon that program as we move forward into the next couple of fiscal years. As we spoke about before, the drone program being a force multiplier. But I think that luxury is just not in the budget anymore. So we'll make do with what we have. Patrol magazines for patrol rifles, 2,000. Computer replacement for patrol. Detectives, that dollar amount is for reward money, informant management, and technology within that division. Detectives and property specialist training, I was able to cut a portion of that money out. SWAT equipment and gear, and then raid detectives training. Kind of rounding things out, the crime prevention supply, crime prevention community education, bicycle safety, part-time community response team member, cadets, and cadet uniforms. So that cadet supply technical is more like belts, radios, that type of equipment. And uniforms are pretty spendy. That's a piece of the uniform budget. That was, I couldn't really go any further there, and then I just had to take it to freezing more positions. So with that said, there was no other way for me to make up that $227,000 number, at least in my opinion and with my administrative staff, than adding a second police officer to freeze that position. So that brought me to the $227,422 number, so I was able to come to that number as directed by council. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Chief. Are there questions? Vanessa?
I want to confirm on that last slide that freezing a second police officer, that would be a currently open position. That's not an existing officer. Is that right?
It will be, yes, due to an upcoming retirement.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask, I appreciate you going through these so quickly, but I wasn't able to follow it. For number 2, the service equipment comm center, can you please outline again what that was?
Yeah, absolutely. So for example, and you're probably familiar with this, we were just able to put in a new repeater within our SWAT rig, so that gives us the ability to communicate appropriately with each other when we're out in the county. So that's, that line item is specifically for things like that, a repeater and or a TAC channel and or repairs to consoles and things like that. Some of that more global overhead reaching type work that we have to do to maintain that communication center.
Okay, so that's not like the main way radio communication from dispatch to units in the field. That's like your TAC channel and things of that nature, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, absolutely.
Okay. And then also lastly, for the seasonal employee contract worker, did you say that is a support division employee?
No, that was an administrative position. That was added a couple years ago. I think the line item was actually added right before I came on here to keep Bill Landis employed for a couple of extra months. So we decided we didn't need to maintain that line item anymore for that dollar amount, and we don't need to use that contractual worker position any longer.
Thank you.
Questions? Brian?
I just want to say thank you to the chief for putting this together, and I know it's not easy, and I appreciate you taking this task seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Rick?
So Chief, you mentioned at one point, and I'm trying to find it on your list, was communication of, records in, let me rephrase it. There was an instance where somebody said the local police department didn't have time to enter in the records, I guess, in the computer. So when they did a background check of that person, it didn't show up because they hadn't entered that information in. Is that cutting back on any of these positions affect that dissemination of information?
You know, I think what happens ultimately when you work an organization like DPS, we're incredibly busy. Our police officers answer about 100 calls a day. So even if we freeze 2 police officers, that doesn't mean the same amount of work isn't going to flow through our records department. Our records department is currently understaffed by 2. We will not replace 1 because we'll honor that frozen position, but we will try to hire another person. But then it will take probably 6 to 8 months just to train that particular individual, because one of the unique elements within public safety is that our record specialists are also call takers to help out the 911 call center. People do make mistakes sometimes, Counselor, and that would just be a mistake that people will make from time to time, and we hope not to make those kind of mistakes. So we have a quality assurance program, and we try to manage each other, especially as we roll through the training process. But that's not anything that couldn't happen at any other center that's fully staffed.
Questions? All right, do we want to move forward? Not really hearing any discussion that this is considered to be an acceptable part of our spreadsheet? Yes? Thanks for the deep digging, Chief. We appreciate it. And
Absolutely, thank you.
all right, agenda review. You'll notice that we had added some times to our future agenda today. A little overly optimistic, but something to shoot for anyway. We're going to continue to do that moving forward and try to cut down on the length of time we're spending at these Monday afternoon workshops in particular. Have really gotten out of control over the last couple months, and we've had a lot of important items that we've been dealing with, the budget especially, but other things as well. So it's not bad stuff, not a waste of time by any means, but we do need to work on efficiency. That said, looking forward to Wednesday, we have a public hearing on a sign code appeal at the Grants Pass Downs. We have a council action item accepting the water restoration plant phase 2 findings. Then we have consent calendar for accepting Pacific Power Charging Station grant, a resolution authorizing the water restoration plant pump rebuild contract, finding a fact for the 3 historical, I don't know what we were calling them exactly, historical landmarks, thanks, Croxton Memorial Park, the Grants Pass Pharmacy, and the Redwood Empire sign. And then, of course, our discussion and decision on appointing a Ward 3 counselor. Any questions? Nope. And then next Monday, we have a look at Dollar Mountain Phase 1 financing, the UGB rezone, and affordable housing contract. I'm not sure what AVS stands for.
That's the company's name that won the contract, won the request for proposal.
Okay. And then we've added urban campground. So again, we're looking at a fairly lengthy meeting next Monday. Questions, comments? Anything council wants to add to a future date? I have the pool tentatively scheduled for March 17th. Rob.
So probably 6 or maybe even 8 weeks ago now, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, I had asked that we get a workshop discussing the city manager evaluation process. And once there's a new counselor on board, it would be good to have that sooner rather than later. Also, and there seemed to be agreement at the time, and actually there was agreement at the time, but I don't see it on here anywhere. Also, we were going to try to codify the council rules that we had agreed to, and that Aaron said was going to require a resolution. And I'm wondering how that's going.
I think the city manager evaluation takes place fairly late in the year, doesn't it? So is there any reason why that needs to happen ASAP? Brian?
As I understand it, we are to be evaluating him throughout the year, so we don't want to put it off for too long because we should be all informed on that already.
Want to understand what you're looking for. Okay, makes sense.
I'll be going through some of that with when we do the one-on-ones also, which will be scheduled for March with you.
One-on-ones
The
in March?
one-on-ones, my one-on-ones are scheduled with you in March.
Okay. And then new council procedures?
Yeah, and the new council procedures, we'll just need to put those together and get it in a resolution format for council consideration. We'll want to make sure that we have the spirit of everything that you discussed there was some through strategic planning and maybe some stuff that we also talked about since then. So maybe the next time I meet with the mayor and council president, we can go over those details to make sure that we're not missing anything before it comes to council.
Yeah, maybe we can clear some space on one of these upcoming workshops in the not too distant future to have that discussion. Rick?
Council had a workshop on the cherry trees on Washington Avenue, and I was just wondering where, I know that was going back, I think, to the forester, or where it was and where it is now.
Yes, the survey results, I believe, came back. I don't know if they reported to the tree committee. They might still be open, maybe just we're right near the end of the survey. So we can bring back to you in a memo form if that works in terms of what the results of the public survey for, which I believe we're very close on that. Okay, so we'll definitely get those to the tree committee as well first.
Rob?
So is there someone that can explain, whether it's probably not the tree committee, it's probably Jason, why he mentioned at the time of that discussion, which was before I think we were on the council, I was on the council, why the trees that are currently down the middle of those islands, why the new trees can't be down the middle. He explained why, he never explained why that change had to occur.
So those trees should never have been planted down the middle. They were planted right on top of the water and sewer lines that are there existing. If we want the trees to remain in the center, we have to relocate the water line off to the side. Had we had input back when those trees were planted, we would have said, don't plant them there.
Anything else for the good of the order today? All right, 3:58, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Valerie?
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second from Joel. Enthusiastic second over there. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we'll see you all Wednesday evening.